Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1484 of the War News stream. And tonight we have some crazy news, some good and bad news, actually. We've seen today that the Iran war has escalated into a global energy crisis of probably unbelievable scale after massive attacks were conducted on Iran, on their energy infrastructure, and also on the Gulf states as well. We've also seen that now officials internationally are warning for a possible Iran nuclear incident, and that's obviously a bit concerning. And also, 5+ Iranian Navy ships were ambushed in the Caspian Sea today, and they didn't even know what hit them. It was that bad. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, folks, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to get significant information and developments from most every corner of the world, from the Middle East, East Asia, the Eastern Europe, Central Europe, Western Europe, and also the United States of America, along with some Cuban news. We've been able to hear over the course of the day that the Islamic Republic of Iran, after being hit by an Israeli attack earlier this morning, which caused significant damage to their oil production facilities at the Pars oil field, one of the largest and most significant in terms of output for crude oil within the Islamic Republic of Iran, has now conducted a major attack against our Gulf state allies throughout the entirety of the region, causing significant damage to Saudi oil fields, Qatari oil fields, and liquefied natural gas distribution centers throughout the entirety of the region. This is now triggering a global crisis at this moment, and we've already been able to see that the United States has told the Israelis not to do something like that again. We are also seeing that at the moment, the current price for crude oil is starting to rise, and the price for Brent crude has skyrocketed over the course of the day after the strikes were conducted not only inside of Iran, but also in the Middle East as well, as a large amount of those countries that were going to be purchasing their oil and liquefied natural gas from the region, even including China and the Axis powers will now have to be trying to find and source their fuels from elsewhere, considering the major damage that was conducted to both sides' oil and liquefied natural gas facilities over the course of the day. In the meantime, we have been able to hear that the United States is still working on trying to open the Strait of Hormuz, although the President of the United States did hover the idea that the United States might just completely abandon the Strait of Hormuz and not attempt reopening it. We've also been able to see that within the rest of the Middle East over the course of the day, there have been significant actions against pro-Iranian militias, and not only that, against the IRGC within Iran itself. Israeli air forces did conduct an ambush today on the Iranian Navy within the area of Bandar Anzali, which is a larger port within the area of the Caspian Sea, which is significant for Russian arms shipments to the Islamic Republic of Iran and vice versa. We were able to tell that 5 Iranian warships were hit and heavily destroyed at that port earlier today by those Israeli strikes, which appeared to have been pretty damaging. We've also been able to see that other strikes have been conducted on electronic warfare units of the Iranian forces near to the Strait of Hormuz, and we've also seen that the Iranians are still attacking commercial shipping, as another vessel was hit today near to the area of the port of Fujairah on the eastern coast of the United Arab Emirates. We've also seen and heard reports that apparently the shipping companies are beginning to enter what we would call the period of the Wild West, and have now called forward laws that were around during the time of the American Revolution to tell companies that they will not be dropping off their containers and intermodal cargoes at the port of location at which the contract states. They actually will be dropping off at the nearest available port, and then the customers will have to figure out how to get those goods to their end location. We've also been able to hear other significant news over the course of the day, and we've finally been able to hear where in the world the Stoichi ended up. The Stoichi Doiki, the Russian corvette, which was in Bandar Abbas literally just hours before the war began, has now arrived and has appeared on satellite photography in the port of Tartus inside of Syria, which we had been prior told by the Syrian government that the Russian Federation's armed forces would not be allowed to base and operate inside of Syria at any point in the foreseeable future. Now, as of today, not only is the Stoichi within the port of Tartus, but several other Russian naval vessels are also currently moored and apparently operating out of the port of Tartus inside of the Syrian interim government's area of control. Outside of that, we have also been able to hear within the People's Republic of China that it appears that there is some sort of a significant purge going on within the government, as we've now heard that a top scientist that developed the J-20, or the Chengdu J-20, which is China's premier stealth fighter, has apparently disappeared, and after several weeks, questions are beginning to emerge about what has happened to him and where he's gone. It is believed at this moment that he may have been arrested by party authorities for some sort of a corruption scandal or something else along those lines, or at least some sort of a trumped-up charge along those lines, and may be facing some form of a trial, which seems to be in line with either significant corruption involved in weapons production and procurement, which may show that Chinese weaponry isn't as good as we believed it would be, or that these are purges believed to be surrounding higher-up individuals who may have some pull and sway within the People's Republic of China, and this is once again showing that there might be an extension of extreme paranoia from the Xi Jinping government as they continue to try and see that anyone who may be questionable for the government's loyalty is removed from the system. We've also been able to hear that within the Russian Federation, very similar actions are still being taken at this moment. We were able to hear that over the course of the day, almost every single Russian military blogger in Russia has basically turned on Putin overnight, and some of them are even declaring that he should be arrested and tried in the Russian Federation for treason for his crimes against the state and conducting a failed war in Ukraine, seeing that a large amount of Russian citizens were killed, and not only that, attempting to trample on the non-existent rights of the Russian citizenry. We have also been able to see some other interesting developments as well within Moscow, as the Russian state railways have laid off another 6,000 employees, and we've also been able to report that it appears that the Russian Federation is now considering escorting their shadow tankers due to the high threat of them being seized by European powers over the course of the day. We have also been able to hear that the NATO Supreme Allied Commander, General Grinkovich, has stated that pipelines need to be extended further east for aerial operations in the outbreak of war, which appears to be likely. And we've also been able to hear that the World Health Organization in Geneva, Switzerland, has openly stated that they are preparing for a nuclear or radiological incident within the area of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Russians will also be trying to break the convoy, or more so the blockade around Cuba. And give me a second, folks. I know that we have breaking news, but we have to get through this. This is the overview of what y'all are going to be hearing for the day. And we've also been able to hear as well that the Jones Act is going to be suspended within the United States, and we also were able to confirm that there was satellite photography showing that there was a hit on the area of the Bushehr nuclear power plant. With all of that in mind, we do have to pause everything here, because before we get on into the major news, we do have breaking news that is getting out at this moment. And also, I'm not getting rattled, it's just that watching the chat fly about, get to the news! It's like, it's really distracting because I'm trying to get through just what I'm having to do. But beyond that, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we do have some breaking news right here at the very beginning of the stream. As always, to this point, I want to, and unfortunately, we have to report tonight that currently crude oil prices are once again skyrocketing pretty badly as of this evening. We're currently seeing that Brent crude is currently trading about 112.77 a barrel, which is quite badly. It's already jumped to 112 tonight, and it's apparently just going up and up and up. So that's not a good sign right there. Also, by the way, just normal crude, which I can't remember the technical name for it, but it's just the normal crude oil price right here. Let's see what that's currently trading at. Normal crude oil futures are trading at about 97.76 right now. So the trend is going up for the most part. Right now, Brent is really having a hard time. It's at 112 a barrel. And as you can see here on the chart, the trend has been all day long going through the roof. So it started the day at about, I think, $100 a barrel, and it's ending the day around 112 a barrel. So certainly not a good sign there. But that is pretty much all of our breaking news. We are tracking, of course, an ongoing Iranian missile attack on central Israel. We are seeing apparently some confirmed impacts inside of Israel as of right now. So unfortunately, that's become generally status quo at this point. It's nothing new, so nothing too crazy to report with that. And unfortunately, it has become pretty commonplace. But there is a tit for tat going on at this moment. But that is the breaking news as of right now.
And we'll be keeping an eye on that breaking news, and we'll also be covering that later as a part of the situation around the Strait of Hormuz and the strikes that were conducted over the course of the day. And with that, it is time for us to start moving on and into all of our news, starting with the largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. We do have a significant amount of news to cover, as y'all just heard a little while ago, and we're going to be trying to get through that starting right now. Moving us on down into the area of the Persian Gulf is the best way to describe it, because really this news story surrounds the entirety of the Persian Gulf over the course of the day. We were able to hear that this morning the Israeli Air Force started to conduct a larger amount of airstrikes throughout the entirety of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But one of them was something that I have to say is quite annoying, because we've already warned them about not doing this in the past. And to give you all a little bit of a background about this before we even get into it, this is something that we've already warned the Israelis about. A little while ago, the Israeli Air Force conducted significant strikes on Iranian oil infrastructure around the city of Tehran, including the Shafran oil depot within the northern area of the city, and also a significant oil refinery southwest of Tehran, in between Karaj and the city of Tehran. When that happened, a large plume of oil smoke started to cover the entirety of the city of Tehran, largely choking out the public, and not only that, setting a large amount of the streets below on fire, as the oil was actually spreading through the sewers and the gutters on the sides of the streets, and literally turning the place into a living hell. The United States then notified the state of Israel to not conduct any further attacks against oil infrastructure or liquefied natural gas infrastructure, because not only is that destructive to the economy once this war ends inside of Iran, but it also is incredibly damaging to the sort of stability that we're working off of right now. With that in mind, I have to explain to y'all what kind of stability we're working on. Generally, oil infrastructure is heavily undefended around the entirety of the world, which is not just something that plagues the Russian Federation. It also plagues the Islamic Republic of Iran and even our Gulf state allies as well. Equipping a large amount of these oil fields and significant oil infrastructures with advanced air defense systems is wildly expensive, and for that reason, they do not exist. And because of that, we generally are trying to avoid, from what we can tell now and what we can tell today, attacks on oil infrastructure in Iran, because they could easily start to strike oil infrastructure in the rest of the Middle East and start to cause massive damage, not only to significant and costly oil infrastructure systems like refineries, liquefied natural gas distribution centers, and not only that, the oil fields themselves. And that could start to cause significant issues like the skyrocketing prices of oil and liquefied natural gas. This morning, the Israeli Air Force conducted a major strike, largely already against U.S. requests prior, to completely avoid hitting oil infrastructure, on the Pars oil field within southern Iran. The Pars oil field is the largest one within the Islamic Republic of Iran, and is a part of a larger oil field that actually sits inside of southern Iran, the entirety of Qatar, and a significant area of the Persian Gulf that Qatar, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and Bahrain, including a little bit of Saudi Arabia, all tap into to get a decent amount of their oil that they then export to the rest of the world for cash. Today, the Israelis hit it quite significantly, and we were able to see that these strikes were generally wide sweeping, all the way from the area of the port of Asaluya in the Bushehr province, and all the way up almost to south of Bushehr itself. We actually see the smoke from the fires rising here, as y'all can see, after the strikes were conducted.
Also, this video right here specifically, I believe, is showing the port. If you look over there in the distance on the horizon, you actually see some of the burn-off valves. You can see one right there in the distance over there on the left. That's actually like, well, I don't know the exact name. I don't work in the oil field, obviously, nor the energy sector, so I don't know the actual name for it. But I believe it's a burn-off valve or a burn-off tower where they burn off like excess gas or excess oil or something of that nature. You can see one of them over there on the left in this video.
Yeah, you can actually see some of them, and this is actually near to one of the major ports within the area, which I'll try and show you all right here. This is the port of Asaluya, which is the one that we were just talking about. And you can actually see all of the Pars oil field gas fractionation units here, and also some of the oil storage facilities around this area generally in its entirety. I mean, like, it's literally covered in these sorts of facilities all the way up and down the coast. This town exists to field the employees that operate at this massive port and operate a lot of the natural gas distribution centers and also the oil centers here on this coastline. After this attack was conducted today on the Asaluya port area, and not only that, the larger part of the coastline surrounding this region, which I can show you all right here in these clips, that the South Par fields had been heavily hit over the course of the day, as we were able to get reports and also more video evidence, once again showing that these strikes were conducted. And we were able to hear that while the U.S. apparently stated that they supported these attacks by the Israelis today, although we had literally gone out of our way to tell them a little while ago when they conducted the attacks on Tehran to not conduct attacks on oil infrastructure to that degree or magnitude again. Apparently, the U.S. claims that we supported this attack by the Israelis today, but are not supporting any further attacks by the Israelis because we just wanted to send a message. The Iranians then responded, and this, I have to say, folks, wasn't really a good one. The Iranians then responded that they were immediately going to be conducting retaliatory attacks on energy infrastructure throughout the Middle East. And unlike other situations where they claim that they're going to be destroying military bases or, aircraft carriers and such, which is completely out of their military capabilities, hitting soft targets is well within Iran's military capabilities. And considering that a larger amount of the missile interceptors throughout the entirety of the region have been not really destroyed, but largely depleted in terms of munitions, this means that we have to start picking and choosing what incoming targets we're able to shoot down and which ones we're not, meaning that ammo conservation is a large part of our war planning at this point right now. Because of that, the Iranians were able to launch a significant amount of missiles and drones over the course of the day, and surprisingly enough, a slightly larger number than we would have anticipated based off of the amount of TELs that the Department of Defense claimed have been destroyed, and were able to cause major damage to Saudi Arabian oil fields, Qatari oil fields, UAE oil fields, and not only that, liquefied natural gas distribution from all of those countries as well. Moving us into Saudi Arabia first, we were able to hear that gas infrastructure specifically had been hit in Saudi Arabia, which I'll show you the clip of right here. This is, by the way, what the Iranians claim to be retaliation for the strikes on the Pars oil field just a few hours before the strike happened. And we can also see here the Iranians showing some of the missiles that they fired to be able to strike these facilities within Saudi Arabia and elsewhere throughout the region.
Honestly, though, that's a pretty ballsy move by Israel to go strike the largest natural gas facility in Iran. And in fact, I had heard that it was the largest natural gas facility in the entire world for the most part. Apparently, that South Pars is what it's called, I believe.
Yes, it is the Pars oil field.
Yeah. That's the largest one in the world right there. So, I mean, that's a pretty serious hit. And also, it's like, I'm not really sure what war objectives that really accomplishes by hitting that. It seems like, and also the U.S. has generally held back from hitting targets like that for the most part. So, not totally sure what the thought process was behind it, but they definitely knocked it out, that's for sure, after seeing the video.
And also, I've seen some people ask, well, haven't the Iranians been hitting facilities like this? And to some extent, they have, but hardly compared to what they've done today. Generally, the attacks that they've conducted today throughout the entirety of the region and magnitude is about 3 times larger than all of the attacks that they've conducted over the entire length of the war on the oil infrastructure and energy infrastructure leading up to today. So generally, I can tell y'all just up front that the Israelis have just basically, I don't mean to say it's strongly worded here, but the Israelis have just basically screwed us over and a lot of other people around the world. We had gone out of our way to tell them because of the Tehran strikes that they conducted on oil infrastructure, which we originally mistook here on this channel for U.S. strikes, that were planning on this becoming a long-term war. Oddly enough, it was just the Israelis doing whatever the hell they do. We warned them then not to do that again because we could start to see that the Iranians conduct retaliatory attacks on similar infrastructure within the region, and not only that, it would cause significant humanitarian crisis and possibly skyrocketing prices of oil. And then the Israelis did this today, and when we've now seen the Iranians have retaliated, And unlike other incidents, at least on the military side, they've actually caused a decent amount of damage today throughout the Middle East. Moving us on over and into Qatar, we were able to see that not only inside of Saudi Arabia was there damage, but there was also damage within Qatar as well. They were able to conduct a significant amount of impacts on liquefied natural gas infrastructure and oil infrastructure within Qatar, and some of the damage could be seen in this clip right here and the next one that we'll show you all in a moment. We see another Iranian missile coming in and impacting as well.
Oh my god!
Wow. What the heck is, damn.
What was your question?
What the heck's the air defense doing? The air defense is, nowhere to be found here.
I mean, they're kind of running out, you know, like we've been hearing about that for a while. They're starting to have to pick and choose what they're defending. And generally, when it comes to threat analysis, generally protection of populated areas is always prioritized, and also protection of military assets over non-urban areas, like, for example, these oil infrastructures. So for that reason, the Qataris and a lot of countries are generally just having to let these things fly through because they're trying to save the remaining missiles they have left to be able to try and protect civilian populations within the larger cities.
Geez, that's a tough choice there. Obviously, they'll have to pick the people over the infrastructure, but geez, if this infrastructure getting hit like this and getting taken out of action, that's going to have some pretty bad effects for everybody.
Yeah, it's not going to be looking all too good. I also saw Charm say, does the U.S. and Israel think that Iran wouldn't really retaliate? That's a strange way of thinking. Actually, it's not both countries. It was just the United States that knew that there was a risk of retaliation. And I don't know if the Israelis knew that or not, but the Israelis don't, I'll be honest with y'all, the Israelis don't really care. So they were just going to hit it anyways inside of Iran. And now we're seeing that the Iranians conducted retaliatory strikes that, I mean, like, it's not even up to debate, folks. We'll show you in a second. The damage is already being done in the oil futures at the moment. So we also have another clip here showing the significant damage that was also caused in Qatar as well. As Qatar Energy did make a statement on missile attacks on Ras Laffan Industrial City, and Qatar Energy confirms that Ras Laffan Industrial City this evening has been subject to missile attacks. Emergency response teams were deployed immediately to contain the resulting fires, as extensive damage has been caused. All personnel have been accounted for, and no casualties have been reported at the time, which is very good to hear. And Qatar Energy will continue to communicate the latest available information. Before we move you all on into the rest of the news that we were able to get out of Abu Dhabi and the other surrounding countries for the damage that was caused today in the Iranian retaliatory attacks, a lot of people have been talking in general about Israel's attack on Iran's largest natural gas facility and the damage that was conducted, and then the retaliatory attack that Iran conducted in turn because of what the Israelis did today. And a lot of people are wondering whether or not that was a wise attack to pull off or not. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the attack today that Israel conducted on Iran's largest natural gas facility, that was a very, very big decision that they made today to hit that. That was not a small deal whatsoever. So Israel, from the sounds of it, decided to hit that on their own. The U.S. generally was notified of it ahead of time, but the U.S. did not participate in it because the U.S. did not believe that was a wise course of action. So Israel decided on their own to go hit it anyway, which I'm not sure if that was a great decision or not. We'll have to see about that. But what do y'all think about it? Was this a wise attack or not? Because as of right now, the largest natural gas facility in the world has been taken offline due to these attacks. So 51% said no, it was unnecessary and unwise to strike that facility, while 26% said yes, it was necessary and wise to hit it, and 9% said I'm indifferent on this attack. And while I'm all in favor of crippling Iran's economy, like, of course, in war, that is something you usually try to target, is their economy, this was not a wise attack. This was not a smart one whatsoever, because Iran had generally not really escalated very much on the natural gas side of things, but we saw that as of today, after this attack on that facility, that now Iran is striking a whole bunch of natural gas plants in the region as well. So that's going to cause a problem because a lot of Europe's natural natural gas comes out of this region right here. So I think it's like 20% or something comes from one of those Gulf states. I can't remember which one it is, but it's like a massive amount of natural gas comes from there and goes over to Europe. So that's going to cause a massive problem for the global economy. And it really wasn't necessary to hit that facility, to be perfectly honest. I think Israel kind of jumped the gun on that one, and we're going to all pay the price for it, for that attack. So I'm with the 51%. I don't think it was necessary or wise in this case. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm with the 51%. This was unnecessary and wildly unwise. And I got to say that this is really showing that continuous sort of a streak that the Israelis have for basically disregarding anything as far as larger planning or possible collateral goes and just doing whatever the hell they want and causing a decent amount of damage. It's an incredibly annoying thing to see because the U.S. government had already publicly stated that we had given a warning to the Israelis not to do something like that again because of the attacks that they conducted in Tehran and the kind of damage that it caused in Tehran alone, and the fact that that could lead to reciprocal attacks being conducted by the Iranians against Gulf state allies that could cause major damage to economic institutions. If you don't believe me, you can go back and listen to the day that that happened and the very statements from the United States government saying that we told the Israelis not to do such a thing again. And they've done it again today, and we've already seen that the Iranians did respond immediately by striking the Gulf states, and that's not really a smart move, because while this is a war, generally once you start putting some targets on the table, they become targets for everybody. And we really hadn't been hitting their oil infrastructure at all up until this point. The Israelis did in Tehran, and then we told them not to do that because that's a bad idea. And now they're conducting attacks on the Pars natural gas fields down in the south, and the Iranians have now responded. This is going to lead to a rising price of liquefied natural gas and liquefied natural gas related products around the world. And not only that, this is going to be leading to increasing prices of oil because they're also hitting oil infrastructure as well. The Iranians were not doing that until just a few hours after the strikes on the Pars oil field. The U.S. hadn't conducted those strikes. The Iranians hadn't conducted those strikes. The Israelis have conducted those strikes on the Iranians, and now the Iranians have responded, and now we're seeing that this is going to be a battle to the death to see who in the world's liquefied natural gas and oil fields will be able to survive the upcoming onslaught a little bit better than the other side. And that's not really a sort of a exchange that we want to see because the damage is going to be significant to everyone involved, especially in LNG and oil infrastructure, and we're going to see that the production rates in these countries, even after the war ends, will have significantly plummeted, which a large amount of the world's economy relies on the oil and LNGs that are coming out of the Middle East. And to put this out there for everyone before people say, well, the U.S. doesn't buy the stuff, that's true. But the thing is, folks, is that it doesn't matter if we buy it. The price of oil and the price generally of liquefied natural gas and most commodities of that type are dictated in the futures at a global standard, meaning that if a price per barrel of oil right now is $110 in the United States of America, it is $110 everywhere in the world. And that also means that if people aren't getting access to the fuel, they are willing to pay a higher price per barrel or per cubic foot or cubic meter of natural gas. And that means that the price will start to rise because those people are going to have to start bidding even higher to get access to the smaller amount of gas or oil that's available. That then means that the price continues to go up. And while the U.S. isn't directly having to import a large amount of oil and LNGs from the Middle East, we are still seeing that those rising prices globally are going to have an effect here within the U.S. economy. Yeah. That's a bad decision.
Yeah, and also, by the way, if Europe loses their LNG supply from the Middle East and they're not able to get that, they will have to look for more buyers elsewhere. They're going to have to go either find it from the United States. Unfortunately, they might have to look from it from Russia. That might also be where they start looking for it as well. So that's not good if they start doing that. And also, that's going to drive the price up because obviously it's basic supply and demand. If your supply is low, your demand is going to be high. The price is going to go up. So that's going to be a bit of a problem. The one part that people aren't really focusing on, like everybody's focusing on the oil. Like obviously oil is always like the number one topic for most people, but fertilizer prices are going through the roof. That's going to be a big secondary damage to the global economy. And also, you know, nobody mentions this either, but the propane prices are already skyrocketing, by the way. I saw an article earlier, like an hour ago, saying that the propane prices are outpacing liquefied natural gas by a factor of 2 when it comes to the price. So it's affecting literally every type of energy commodity. It's affecting them all. all. And in fact, oil is probably the least hurt by all this stuff. It's actually the secondary energy products that are getting hurt the worst, which people really aren't focusing on for the most part.
I would have to agree, and also I'd have to say, folks, here's something I got to tell y'all, folks. This war had to happen, no matter what. I want to make that clear. This is a war that we have to fight. But we're not in it to just fight war for the hell of war. In war, there is such a thing called strategy, where we're trying to make sure that we game out the situation and we fight the war accordingly to where we win while taking the least amount of losses possible on all fronts. That doesn't just mean that we're not losing a lot of men. That also means that we're managing the economic and resource situation as efficiently as possible. The fact that the Israelis are in the conflict and they don't really seem to give a damn about that is something that's getting quite aggravating at this point. And I think the United States needs to make something clear to the Israelis and let them know this going forward. While they're a part of the war and it's great to have them there, we're not going to get screwed over because the Israelis don't even know their head from the hole in the ass from the opening of the sky. They're going to have to stop hitting oil infrastructure and gas infrastructure. At this point, they might have even opened Pandora's box, but they're going to have to be told that they're going to have to stop doing that. Otherwise, the United States is going to pull all of our air defenses out of Israel and send them elsewhere into the region to protect the oil fields that they've now opened up and left vulnerable to a counterattack by the Iranians, unless they stop these sorts of stupid actions. Because if we've seen that the Israelis have opened up a Pandora's box at this point and we can't close it, and the Iranians just keep attacking infrastructure within this area, we're basically just going to have to strip Israel of all of its American air defenses and move them elsewhere to protect those regions. Otherwise, the situation is going to be irreparable in the future.
Okay, so speaking, the enforcer is expressing his frustration right now about what Israel's currently doing. It looks like the U.S. president is also angry. He just made a post literally right now. He's apparently angry with Israel. Honestly, this is one thing I'd actually agree with the president on. He has actually a right to be angry about this. So, enforcer, let's take a read on this post right here. This is obviously directly addressing the situation about the attack by Israel on the South Pars gas field, the largest one in the world that we were just talking about. Perfect timing, by the way. And also a huge shout out to Jay Bagwell for pointing this out, by the way. I didn't see this a second ago. So let's see what he said.
All right, and so let's take a look at what the President of the United States has to say about this. And it looks like the President and me agree on this topic. But Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran. A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this, or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran, but if Qatar's liquefied natural gas is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So I would say that this is probably about the most measured response that I could see at this point, and I generally have to agree with the statement basically at face value that's being made by the president. But I also think, folks, I think that this needs to be made clear. The Israelis are going to have to be pulled in on the leash a little bit, because it's great to have allies and it's a wonderful thing, but I mean, if they're in the middle of fighting a war alongside us and they're basically shooting us in the foot while we're fighting the war with them, I think it's going to have to be made a little bit clear to the Israelis that if you've just opened up Pandora's box with this stupid attack that you didn't think about beyond your nose, we are going to strip the entirety of Israel of any American air defenses, and you can figure out how to defend the airspace entirely on your own, because we'll have more important things to deal with in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Qatar, thanks to your own stupid dealings that you've just conducted today. But it appears that the president...
I think this might be as bad of an overreach as when Israel. You remember when Israel launched the missiles into Qatar to hit the top leadership? I think, what was it, of an Iranian proxy group of some sort? Do you remember what group it was?
Give me a little bit more details. I might be able to bring it up off the top of my memory.
It's like you remember when Israel like fired missiles at one of the Gulf states? They were trying to get some top
Qatar.
leadership that was there.
They were trying to kill the Hamas leadership in Qatar. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bad overreach right there. And also the US had to sort of make them back off of that situation and tell them they're not going to be doing that again. That's going to be over with. This one here is almost on the same level as that. Here's the thing with the Israelis. Like Israel's an ally of the United States, but Israel, I think, stays in a constant state of over preparedness to a large degree. And honestly, for good reason, because they have enemies that surround them. But the problem is, though, they cannot jump in and start causing massive problems like this for the United States just because they're getting, fearful or overwhelmed. They can't do that. They're going to cause more problems than they're fixing for the most part. So they gotta back off a little bit because this one's getting out of control.
This is going to be getting wildly out of control, probably, and it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I cannot make this clear enough, folks, that the United States had already told the Israelis prior not to do something like this. We had already seen that publicly by U.S. government statements after they conducted the Tehran attacks on the oil infrastructure, that we told them not to conduct such attacks again anywhere in Iran. And what did the Israelis do? As usual, they said, that's duly noted, and then ignored, and then they went and did it again. And now we're having to reap the consequences in the conflict of the Israelis just not listening to us at all on what in the world the smart thing to do would be. And I mean, it's absolutely stupid when you put the perspective of where the hell we are strategically with the Israelis at this point. We're fighting Iran alongside them. Iran poses an equal threat to us and them. But at the same time, we're trying to make sure that the global picture, which the Israelis never focus on, is generally stable while we fight this conflict, because it's already in peril at the moment. And the Israelis just go around basically doing whatever the hell they want, compromising the global situation, which isn't their problem, but it's our problem. We give them $25 billion a year, which is literally their entire military budget, on top of their own military budget in weaponry. We also give them unlimited amounts of air defense. We are not allowed in their country to operate militarily unless it's defending them. And then out of all of that, they won't listen to us when we tell them something like, hey, don't screw us over in the LNG and oil markets by conducting these unsolicited and goofy attacks that are going to end up causing massive amounts of damage. I'll be honest with y'all. I mean, this is something that's really getting me quite aggravated, because it's like, I gotta say again, I respect our allies a great deal, and the Israelis are an ally as far as it comes to fighting Iran, but they can't fight a war stupidly and end up shooting us all in the foot just because they want to go around and attack whatever the hell they want. That makes no sense at all. But moving on from that, it does appear that the President of the United States and me can agree that that was absolutely goofy, and now we're going to have to try and pick up the cards and figure out where we're going to be going from here. But moving on out of that, we have also been able to hear of some other significant developments within Abu Dhabi, as we've now been able to hear that another significant gas facility, the Habshan gas facility, has suspended operations within Abu Dhabi, and there has been no injuries reported at the moment. So we are seeing that the Iranians did conduct significant attacks against a large amount of liquefied natural gas throughout the entirety of the Persian Gulf, and we've also seen that the Iranians have suffered some damage in that regard as well. And so with that in mind, we'll have to see how that generally goes. But I can tell you all right now that the Brent crude oil prices generally appear to be on the upward trend. At some points, they're almost skyrocketing. Like just a few minutes ago when we showed this on air, it was actually up at about 112. It's now back down to 111.69 per barrel of oil. But this is currently the Brent crude prices. And when we look at the standard, I believe it's the MTI oil prices, it's actually just dropped from 97 to about 96 literally over the past few minutes. So it's dropped about $1 or so over just a few minutes of time since we've been on air. So right now, the prices and the markets are incredibly volatile, is the best way to describe it, and we are seeing that this is having to some extent an effect on those global oil markets because of these attacks that we're seeing right now. Not only that, we still know that the Strait of Hormuz is largely in a fairly difficult position even still. Another vessel was attacked today, and we were able to note that it appears that Iranian attack boats were involved in this attack, which was conducted quite literally right off the coast of the United Arab Emirates. This vessel was actually right there. You can see it right there on that satellite picture. And if we look at the map right here, it was literally right off the coast by about a mile. Iranian attack boats actually approached the vessel and apparently attacked it, setting fire to the rear or the stern area of the vessel and its superstructure. And we can see these 5 attack boats then speeding back across the Strait of Hormuz to try and make it back to some port. This is showing that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' speedboat attack forces are operational, and while they pose really no existent threat to the United States Navy in any real sense, they do do pose a significant threat to the unarmed and largely helpless merchant shipping that is still attempting to try and make it through the Strait of Hormuz. As a matter of fact, if we look around this area, we can actually see that there is still largely no vessels except for this one oil products tanker that appears to be braving the strait right now and trying to make it through.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Iran announced today that they had developed a stable corridor for their friends and like friendly nations like China, Russia, etc., to send their oil tankers through. It's very close to the Bandar Abbas area. They make these ships go through a stable corridor, but guess what? There's a catch to it, though. Iran's not just being nice by letting these ships do that. You also got to throw a little bit of a, I guess you could say, a token of appreciation overboard. You got to throw over like a couple $1 million. That'll let you basically pass through the strait for the most part. So that's insane, by the way. Like here it is right here. It's in the article. These ships that pass through this corridor you see right here in green through the strait, they're literally tossing over a fee to the Iranians to be able to pass through without getting missiles fired at their ship. And that's even for Iran's friends. That's the crazy part.
I mean, they've created what we're going to dub on the channel the cash corridor, because for only $2 million, which I believe is about 4 times the cost of a transit license through the Panama Canal, which is one of the more expensive ones in the world, you too can make it through the Strait of Hormuz. But you have to be Chinese aligned or at least Axis aligned to be able to make it through. If you are an American flag vessel and you try and do this, it won't work. They've generally patched that bug and you will not be able to make it through. They'll try and hit the ship. So it appears that they're letting some people through, but not everybody, and the some that can get through have to pay a little fee, just a little one, you know? We've also been able to hear that the United States is still thinking of deploying more forces within the region currently, as we have been able to hear that they're considering deploying thousands of additional combat troops to the Middle East as the military prepares options for the next phase of the ongoing war. One option being discussed is securing the Strait of Hormuz, including the deployment of U.S. forces onto the coastline of Iran, according to some sources which have spoken to Reuters. It appears that is still a heavy consideration at the moment, but we then also saw that the President of the United States today tweeted out that there is a possibility the United States might just completely abandon the Strait of Hormuz and just forget about it, allowing for the Iranians to continuously conduct an infinite blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, and then largely hoping that some other countries either try and clear out the strait or it remains uncleared into the foreseeable future.
That's a wild statement to make, too. That's very wild. Like, even hypothetically speaking, if the United States truly did not use the Strait of Hormuz, which to my knowledge is actually not true, we do use the Strait of Hormuz, and our commercial vessels go through there as well. In fact, we've literally seen them go through there on the Marine Tracker before here live on the air. So we use the strait, but even hypothetically, if we didn't use the strait, the fact that the energy is not getting through the strait and getting out and being exported to foreign countries, that's going to affect the global price of all these energy commodities. So it does affect us, even hypothetically, if we didn't go through the strait, which isn't even a factual statement in the first place. So that's just wild right there. It would be better, instead of making stuff up like that, to simply, basically sweet talk Europe a little bit, so that way they kind of come back to our sphere of influence and they stop being hostile with us because we treated them like crap. It would probably be better to take that approach than just making stuff up that's not even true.
Yeah, I would have to say that probably would be the smarter idea, because I see some people saying we ought to just pack up and walk away. That's not really a smart idea, because that's going to end up getting everybody screwed, including us. I have to once again reiterate this as heavily as I can, that oil prices are dictated globally, meaning that while we don't buy a lot of oil from the Middle East, we buy mostly from Canada and Mexico, most of the world does. And if they can't buy the oil from the Middle East, they have to go and buy it somewhere else. And that means they have to buy it from here, which then means that we have U.S. companies that are competing for that barrel of oil, and then everybody else in the world that's competing for that American barrel of oil. That jacks up the price tremendously. It skyrockets, to a degree that would have never been seen up until this point. And while we could eventually see that oil infrastructure is generally built up in the United States where we could support that demand, that wouldn't be done for the next few years. It takes a while to create drill heads, and also not only that, to create the actual oil wells and oil fields at sea. So that's not really a good idea. Not only that, that would cause an undue stress on the global economy and cause significant damage. That's something that we don't even need to question. We can already see that that's kind of happening right now. Another thing that I also have to add in is that if we leave the Strait of Hormuz closed, one, the Europeans have just been screwed again, so they are probably going to completely distance themselves from that point. But we're not really thinking about another group here that's going to be heavily screwed by that, which is everybody in the Middle East. Because something that everybody hasn't been thinking about this whole time, because we're always talking about how all of these countries around the world won't be able to buy their oil from the Middle East. The Middle East isn't capable of selling their oil right now. They're literally just having to hold it. And if it can't leave the area, they can never make money off of it. And if they can't make money off of it, their economies, which literally revolve entirely around the oil industry, will collapse, meaning that every single one of our American-aligned allies in the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, the Kuwaitis, the UAE, the Kingdom of Jordan, they are going to see economic crashes, the likes of which have never been seen in that region. They might as well just return back to the nomadic style living that they had as the Arab tribes before the 1930s when oil was discovered in the region, because the economy is going to collapse that badly within the region. The whole thing's held up by oil and oil alone. So we are going to be basically, like, if we conducted this action, all of our European allies are going to be screwed. All of our Middle Eastern allies are going to completely economically crash. And then all of our East Asian allies are going to be screwed as well. And we're also going to see very high prices here on the home front.
Yeah.
That's not a good position.
It's mind-boggling, like, when you really look at it. Like, we're not trying to doomsday scenario, by the way, because the United States will find a way through this no matter what. The only problem is, though, it's like, how much pain are we going to have to go through before it gets resolved? That's the problem. But right now, though, with literally every single energy commodity going through a crisis, and there's really, on the horizon, there's really no hope for it ending quickly. Like, it looks like it's going to be a longer-term issue. This is going to have a ripple effect through everything. Like, the fertilizer prices going up, that's going to have an effect on food, and also the food supply globally. That's going to have a pretty big effect. Then obviously diesel cost for commercial trucking, which brings the food to the store, is going to go up. Also propane, like a lot of rural areas in America, they rely on propane to heat their homes and also do things like that in their homes. And they're going to be paying extremely high prices for propane. And, that's a huge issue as well. And also gasoline for normal vehicles as well. That's another huge problem. And also, not to mention that petroleum products are used to create plastics, which are very extensive today in the modern world. Plastics are in everything. So this is the one situation right here that actually impacts every single sector of any economy globally. And the problem is, I don't see an end to it. And it looks like Iran, being the terrorist nation they are going to take this to the point where the entire world is struggling for the most part. So I'm kind of surprised that more nations aren't trying to fix this problem at this point than sort of sitting back and watching it happen.
I'll have to tell y'all, folks, leaving the Strait of Hormuz and just literally walking away from this war in the middle of it would be the worst outcome that could be seen at this point. Leaving the Strait of Hormuz with an indefinite blockade is a horrendous idea. There isn't even room for debate on that. It is a atrociously horrendous idea. We have to stay and we have to clear out the strait, whether people are helping us out or not. The war started generally because of us. I mean, if we're being honest here, it had to start, but it still started because we conducted preemptive attacks on Iran. This is our war. Well, you can't just pack up in the middle of it and demand that other people fix it. I didn't see the British do that with the Nazi Germans. I didn't see Winston Churchill say, "The Germans are bombing London. It's going to be up to FDR and his boys in the Congress to save us." It's like, no. It's like, if you're in the war, you've got to fight it out until the end. That's just how it is. And we have to clear out the Strait of Hormuz. It's not for everyone else. It's for us. If we start to see that the global economy gets screwed over, it's going to screw us over. The economic structure isn't nationalized anymore. It's been globalized, meaning that a global effect to the economy that is detrimental to us as well. We're in this war not just to fight it. We're trying to win it. And that would be the winning strategy, is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and not just walk off and half-ass a whole conflict that will not only see us lose all of our European and East Asian allies, we'll also lose any holding that we have in the Middle East, because a lot of those countries might decide at that point that it'd be safer to align with the Chinese and guarantee themselves security from future Iranian attacks than it would be to remain an American ally where they're getting screwed over hand over fist at that point if we walk away. That wouldn't be a good idea.
That's true. That's true, but the catch is though, here's the really hard question is we keep saying that the Strait of Hormuz needs to get reopened, and that is true. It has to get reopened quickly to avoid long-term economic damage. But the problem is though, how do you reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Because the answer is not straightforward. Like this is a very complicated situation. So there, in my view, there's a couple of different options. Number one, you can try to hurt the countries that are supporting Iran. For example, China right now is probably enemy number one when it comes to supporting Iran. They're giving intelligence, they're giving weapons, and also China relies heavily on Iran for exports of petroleum products. So, do you start creating a problem with China by trying to cut off their oil supply from Iran? Maybe that'll force China to act, or maybe that might start World War III. That's a possibility as well. So that's one side of the equation. Number two is you could attack Iran directly on the coast to try to take out the missile launchers that can attack the commercial ships going through the strait. But the problem with that is it's very risky because if you put in troops, like for example Marines or something like that on the ground, they could be sitting ducks for the Iranian drone forces that are still alive and well inside of the Iranian territory. So, I mean, outside of that, I'm not really sure what else can be done to reopen the strait. And obviously, a diplomatic solution is not possible. The Iranians are insane and they're obviously extremists and they're not going to talk.
I would have to say that that's true, but the one way that you deal with the Strait of Hormuz is just obliterating any threats from the Iranian armed forces that are around the Strait of Hormuz. No matter what people tell y'all folks in the U.S. government about the Iranians have been completely militarily defeated, they pose no threat, we've already won. We haven't already won. We wouldn't be bombing them today if that wasn't the case. And the fact of the matter is that we have to continue to conduct strikes around the Strait of Hormuz to try and clear it. I said that that was something that we need to do starting on day one. Turns out that it took the administration about 3.5 weeks, which is really the amount of time that would have needed if it started on day one to figure out that we need to do this, because apparently they didn't expect the Iranian government to survive the first opening days of the war. Then they did, and then they blockaded the Strait of Hormuz, which wasn't foreseen or planned for some reason. However, it is now a problem, and we now have to fix it. The one way that we fix it is just by opening up the Strait of Hormuz. We might not even want to touch anything with the Iranians as far as their oil infrastructure and shipping it out, because if we start to do that a little bit too much, we could see that that also starts to affect things quite negatively. I think at this point, we might need to prioritize, even if they are an enemy nation, the flow of oil and liquefied natural gas as a priority and not really conduct strikes on those targets, because it could start to further destabilize the economy and supply chains. We need to ensure, though, that Western nations and their vessels can make it through the Strait of Hormuz and back out once they make it to their ports where they load up with their oil and LNGs from inside the Middle East. That has to be done, otherwise this is going to be an absolute disaster. We're kind of working on that right now, by the way, folks. Like, the U.S. military is doing some actions towards that regard at the moment, but it needs to be a lot more significant than what we're seeing right now, and it needs to be happening at an absolute lightning pace of a clip. I mean, we can't wait any longer.
So, like in a very brief sentence here, like how would you generally, or what's the main action you would take to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened? Me personally, if I was in charge, I would strongly consider, instead of putting Marines on the ground to try to invade the Iranian coast, which in my opinion is highly risky and could put our troops in a really bad spot, I think the U.S. should probably take the unprecedented step of starting to hit the oil infrastructure on the coast, because that would avoid a direct confrontation with China, because obviously blockading China's oil ships, that could lead to some really bad consequences. So I'm not sure if we want to go that far, but it would be acceptable to hit the oil infrastructure on the coast, specifically at the export facilities that generally give the oil from Iran's infrastructure to the Chinese ships that then take it back to China. To me, I would strongly consider that, but what would you do?
I would say that the smartest idea at the moment would not be to conduct any strikes on any oil infrastructure within Iran, or natural gas infrastructure, because they're going to conduct reciprocal attacks, which we can't defend against at the moment. The smartest idea would be to start destroying all of Iran's anti-ship capabilities and air defense capabilities as far as we possibly can around the Strait of Hormuz, all the way out towards the area of Chabahar and about as far in towards the city of Asaluya, which was hit earlier today. Once we see that that's conducted, and more importantly, a focal point around the actual strait itself, we can then start getting the Arleigh Burkes to go in, gather up all of the oil tankers that they can, maybe 6 to 8 of them at a time, and then send them as fast as they can, of course with the slowest vessel being considered, through the Strait of Hormuz and then into the Persian Gulf. We would need constant air cover in this area to be able to wait for whatever's going to pop up, because One thing that a lot of people haven't been considering in war planning, folks, is that when the Navy goes in, that doesn't mean that the skies have to be cleared. The skies can still have aircraft in them and operating right over the ships below, which would be the best case scenario, because we could just have aircraft sitting above with air-to-ground ordnance waiting along with the reconnaissance aircraft for an Iranian anti-ship battery to try and open up and fire at those early bergs and those tankers. Once we see them come out of cover and attempt to fire, they're vulnerable and can be hit, meaning that eventually the first convoys would see a decent amount of fire directed their way, but over about a week or two of those sorts of convoy runs, and also on top of that, the basically, I guess you could say, a whack-a-mole sort of a strategy on Iranian anti-ship batteries and anti-ship weaponry, we could see that most of the threats are mitigated to the point that the free flow of traffic could resume through the Strait of Hormuz in general after that while.
Maybe so. And also, by the way, we gave our opinions on the situation, so I'm putting up a poll right now to see what the audience thinks about this, because I see some people are all over the place. Some people are saying my idea sounds decent. Some people are saying that your idea sounds better, but people are all over the place. I'll be honest, folks, there is no perfect solution here. Like my proposed solution is simply the best of the worst choices in my personal opinion, but it's still not ideal. Like trying to take out Iran's oil infrastructure on the coast, that has its own consequences to it, which are not very good. But at this point, we've kind of dug a hole here to a certain degree because we really didn't plan properly for the Strait of Hormuz situation. So it's about picking the least devastating of the bad choices, in my opinion. But we'll see what people say on the poll in the meantime.
Also, I see a lot of people saying an option I don't think we have in the poll. Let me check really quickly. Yeah, and it appears that some people are saying, let's create an off-ramp and just negotiate an end to this. Here's the problem with that, folks. The reason why we started the war, if we're talking about the original war goals, is that we were going to overthrow the Islamic regime because they are, one, trying to develop an ICBM, which was confirmed today. Two, they were in the attempted works of developing a nuclear weapon, which they refused to stop the development of. And three, they've been continuously funding and operating terrorist forces throughout the region, which are attempting to generally thwart or heavily diminish our sphere of influence within the region. Those are really the three reasons why we went to war. If we negotiate an off-ramp, we're allowing the Islamic regime in its current condition to once again restart works on nuclear weaponry and also ICBMs that can target and hit the United States of America. As far as we're concerned here on the channel, nuclear proliferation is an incredibly dangerous thing and a significant threat to the citizenry of the United States of America. For that reason, we can't really negotiate our way out of the war, because if we do, we're basically giving them a blank check to return back to nuclear weapons development and ICBM development, which is going to be detrimental to U.S. national security and the safety of the citizenry. So for that reason, we can't really negotiate a way out of the war at the moment, because if we do, with the government intact as it is, we're returning back to square one and have achieved absolutely nothing but temporary economic instability due to the rapidly rising oil prices. So I would have to say that unfortunately isn't really a viable option at the moment. But, maybe in the future we might reconsider that, depending on how this keeps going. But right now, that wouldn't be the greatest idea, at least in my opinion.
Also, by the way, real quick, we'll address the poll and then we'll move on from this topic because we're kind of rabbit holing on it a bit. But the question here on the poll says, how can and should the U.S. reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is the topic that we've been talking about for the last 5 or 10 minutes or so. So 48% said invade Iran's coast and destroy the missiles. It looks like that's the most popular option. While 22% were undecided, 18% said invade and or destroy Karg Island with the oil infrastructure, and 11% said blockade enemy ships, meaning China, etc. So like I said earlier, I think blockading enemy ships, that's probably the worst possible option. That would lead to probably the highest risk of a war with another superpower like China, which we want to avoid that at all costs if we can. So we don't want to escalate it to that level. I think at that point we're in some deep trouble. So I would say personally, like I was saying earlier, dealing with the oil infrastructure, which specifically is on Karg Island for the most part. I think Karg Island accounts for about 90% of the Iranian oil trade, and that is the crux of the issue. But I'm not sure about invading it, because invading it, the only advantage to that would be is the U.S. then controls the oil infrastructure, which we could then use as leverage. But the catch is, though, our soldiers are being put in extreme danger by invading Karg Island. It's basically a fish in a barrel type situation, and we're probably going to take some losses if we do that, because Iran still has missile capabilities and drone capabilities, and so far we're not seeing a very good defense to those Iranian threats. So I think the better option that avoids the most casualties might simply be to start destroying the infrastructure on Kharg Island. That might be it. When I say infrastructure, I mean oil infrastructure only, and see how that affects the situation. That's my guess. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that the best idea is to completely leave oil infrastructure untouched on the Iranian side, along with LNGs. And I would also say that the best sort of an option would just be to see that the flow of oil and natural gas out of the Middle East can continue for everybody unfettered through the Strait of Hormuz by conducting a significant air and naval campaign to see that the strait is reopened. I wouldn't say that sending in MEUs on the coast or MEUs on the coast would be a great idea unless if it's absolutely necessary and there's really no way to avoid that. We would generally want to be as hands-off as putting people on the ground in Iran as possible. That will come with some significant risk. So I would say that that would probably be our best approach at the moment, to see that the global markets are stabilized. And once the global markets are stabilized, this war can then go on largely indefinitely, and there really isn't a major amount of damage that can be conducted to the United States, our allies, or our sphere of influence from that point on. And this largely then returns back to being a war within a bubble inside the Middle East. But with that,
Yeah, maybe so.
I thought you said something there. I heard, "Wah," and I was like, well, I was like, is he trying to say something? But with that, it is time for us to move on out of that news, as we have been able to hear, folks, that inside of the Strait of Hormuz, just to make sure that we covered everything there, and we did, we have been able to hear that the U.S. has been striking some targets around the coast of the Strait of Hormuz, including this electronic warfare system that got obliterated right here. And we also were able to see a couple of other targets getting hit around the Strait of Hormuz today. Couple of targets. It's good to see they're making some progress. And hopefully we'll be able to see that they make a great deal more progress here in the future on trying to clear out the Strait of Hormuz and actually making it a passable area once again. A larger amount of shipping companies are also starting to react to the situation, and we've been able to hear that the largest shipping groups, including MSC, Maersk, CMA, CGM, and Hapag-Lloyd, have told customers they reserve the right to invoke a 19th century rule to allow them to leave containers at the nearest available port at their client's expense. This is generally because, and also I do have to say that this is allegedly at the moment, this was from the Financial Times, by the way, that's where the article is from, but it appears that at least from what we're hearing right now, some larger companies may already be resorting to cost-saving measures or efficiency measures because of the strains that they're currently feeling from the war so far. So we'll be seeing how that generally develops in the future, but that could start to cause even larger problems for global supply chains that aren't directly involved in the oil trade itself. But moving on out of that bit of news, it is time for us to move on into the Islamic Republic of Iran and cover the strikes that have been conducted in Iran, and then to cover the remainder of the strikes that were conducted by Iran or us on either pro-Iranian militias in the Middle East or by the Iranians on our Gulf state allies. And so, before we move on into that, I do have to say that we've been talking at 1,000,000 miles an hour tonight, and I hope that we have been, or at least I have been, because I know I'm the one doing that the most, have been somewhat legible talking at the speed, and that the elocution has been decent. I do have to thank the 29,000 of y'all who have been here at the peak for watching so far, and the 27.3 thousand people who are watching at the moment right now, and about the 150,000 people who have watched the beginning of the show. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative for each and every single one of y'all spending a lot of y'all's time here listening to this news, and we hope that once again tonight the news has been well researched and it has really decent analysis surrounding it, giving a better idea of the situation and also giving a better idea of hopefully where the best case scenario that this war could be leading us. But nevertheless, before we get on into the rest of our news here in the Middle East and around the rest of the world, I do want to take a moment to be able to address a couple of questions from the chat. We'll be taking 3 of them and then moving on into the rest of our news for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping to our first 3 super chats and then getting on to the rest of our news, which we have big news still about Russia trying to run a blockade in Cuba. We have big news about a possible coup still brewing inside of Russia, and also some China news as well. But jumping into our first of the 3 super chats, this one goes to SKS Chief Thief. And thank you very much, SKS, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. He said, not only will leaving the strait crash the global economy, it will effectively end the petrodollar if Iran now sells oil in yuan to countries and own currencies.
And I thank you for the support, but generally the US dollar, like the whole petrodollar kind of a concept, isn't really accurate. Like the United States dollar is used primarily in oil trading, but the US dollar is also primarily used in most every trade of most every commodity within the world. I mean, you could say that the US has the timber dollar because most US dollars are actually used in the timber trade and a large amount of other commodity trades as well throughout the entirety of the world. I mean, if you were to look at the amount of money that's involved in the oil industry and then how much of the US dollar makes up the global reserve currency, it's actually a small portion of the US dollar and its use globally for trading purposes. So I'd have to thank you for the support, but I generally have to say that this isn't going to be the end of the almighty US petrodollar because generally it doesn't actually exist. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so the next one here goes to Magniel, and thank you very much, Magniel, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. He said, back in Barbarossa, the Soviet Union brought the entire country behind the Urals in a matter of 1 year, and why on earth haven't been built oil pump lines to bring all these elsewhere without relying on the Hormuz Strait? And people were aware of this choke point a long time ago.
And that's actually a very interesting point. And the reason why is cost efficiency and two, sovereignty concerns, especially within the Middle East. Moving large amounts of items or products over water is actually the cheapest and most efficient way to move products. There's actually a sliding scale in terms of the tonnage of cargo moved and cost efficiency, with the most efficient cargo transportation per mile and per amount of fuel used being ships. The second most efficient being railroads, the third most efficient being road-based transportation, and then the fourth most efficient, which is the least efficient, is airlines using air cargo to transfer highly perishable products, where it generally isn't about taking a slow amount of time and trying to move a bulk amount of goods as efficiently. It's more so about moving fragile or perishable goods as quickly as possible from their production point to their end destination and distribution. So generally inside the Middle East, the reason why a lot of people like to do the shipping option is that pipelines are actually more expensive to operate than the ships are. You have to maintain that entire pipeline, lay it, and then operate it 24/7, which is somewhat expensive. And not only that, building a port is a lot cheaper. A port is a singular confined area. The ships pull up. The country or the company doesn't really have to pay for the maintenance of those ships. They're run and operated by other companies that transport the goods. They load up the oil on the ships and then they leave. The other thing is the sovereignty concerns. Most countries within the Middle East do not have access to the larger area of the region to be able to build a pipeline from, say, Kuwait all the way over here to the Red Sea. That pipeline would have to travel through Saudi Arabia. And the general reason why nobody does that, at least in the modern day in the Middle East, is that nobody really trusts each other enough, especially the smaller Gulf state nations, trust the Saudis enough. Because the problem is what if they lay that pipeline and they start relying on that completely to export their oil, but the Saudis, because the port, the end port destinations in Saudi Arabia, they're able to collect the port excise fees, the docking fees, and not only that, they are charging a annual usage rate to the Kuwaitis and other countries for them to operate that pipeline through Saudi Arabia. That's where the problem comes in, because what if Saudi Arabia starts to jack up those rates? And what if they realize they've now basically monopolized all oil exports on the west coast of Saudi Arabia, and they start to take advantage of that? Those countries would then have to go back to the Gulf, the Persian Gulf that is, and rebuild all of their port infrastructure while the Saudis basically have a stranglehold on their export capabilities, and then try and build up that entire infrastructure base from the ground up again to be able to maintain complete sovereignty from the loading of the ship to its departure outside of the region. And that's generally why we haven't seen any one of the Gulf state nations build a significant pipeline that travels through Saudi Arabia. It's because of cost and sovereignty concerns, and that's why even still, with the Strait of Hormuz being a major chokehold, most Gulf state nations would rather prefer still using that major chokehold to export their oil, because over most of history, it's never been that big of an issue until right now. This might change their thinking, but up until now, that was generally the premise and the logic used by a lot of these countries to generally operate ship-based port facilities instead of pipelines that travel through other nations inside the region. So I hope that does address that the best I can. A humongous thanks to you for the support and help of this channel to keep running. And I also have to say, that is a really good question because a lot of people ask about that, and I hope that that answer kind of fills out a little bit of the reasoning why they don't do something like that. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news.
Okay, so the last one here goes to Truster1, who puts in a $50 support as well. And thank you very much, Truster, for that support once again. And being a longtime channel legend, by the way. He's been around for ages here on the channel. A pillar of the community, as they always like to say. And Truster said, no particular comment, but thanks, guys.
And thank you, Truster1. There doesn't ever have to be a particular comment. There never has to be. But we thank you massively for supporting the channel and helping it to keep running, because folks like you make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing rolling. And we're massively thankful for everyone who supports this channel, because many of y'all probably notice, and many of y'all who are new here have certainly noticed, that we do not run ads on these streams. They're entirely sponsor-free and ad-free. And it's the viewers themselves, through their funding, that help us to be able to keep this channel running. And I gotta say, humongous thanks to you once again for that incredible support, Truster1, because folks like you help this channel to keep on running and make this thing possible for us to cover the news on every single day. And so with that, it is time for us to now move on into the rest of our news for the night. Moving us on into the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have been able to confirm that there has been some interesting developments near to the area of the Bushehr nuclear power plant. Satellite photography from today has confirmed that there was a direct impact onto the area of the Bushehr nuclear power facility yesterday, which we were able to hear reports of the Iranians from. We generally didn't believe them yesterday. The IAEA did confirm that an impact did occur, and it does appear that that was the direct area that the projectile had impacted. To show you all exactly where that is on the confines of the nuclear facility, it is actually within this little opening right here, where you see this little slit in the ground right there. This is about where the impact point was. It wasn't directly onto the reactor hull, but I do want to show you all where the reactor hull and reactor assembly is relative to this. It's only about 1,000 feet away, meaning that this, in terms of strike distance, is wildly close. This is about as close as some ordnance and explosions have gotten to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia, Ukraine, which has been a fairly significant concern.
Yeah, that's concerning to say the least. Honestly, I'll say when I saw the satellite image earlier today about how close that hit actually was, and the hit actually happened, by the way, because now we see it on satellite, that looks like a warning shot. Like, that was my initial impression when I saw this earlier. I was like, yikes, it's also, by the way, it just hit right in the area where generally there wasn't anything important, but it was on the location of the nuclear site itself. And, you know, to me, this seems like it might have been maybe a shot across the bow, possibly. And also, now we're hearing that international agencies are warning about a possible nuclear incident, and they're preparing for it as well. So I'm not sure if maybe this situation right here provoked those warnings that we've heard today or what, but, you know, seems to me like somebody put a warning shot out. I'm not sure if it was Israel or the United States, but that's my take on it.
I'd say it's probably the Israelis. I mean, if anyone's going to conduct anything that would seem absolutely reckless to the point of near stupidity, it probably would be the Israelis. But I'd have to say, folks, this is a wildly concerning sort of a situation to see right here, because messing around with nuclear power plants, actual power-producing nuclear power plants, is a dangerous idea. Wildly dangerous. And we've downplayed heavily on this channel the amount of damage that could be caused by hitting research reactors, because research reactors are very different than power-producing reactors. And I'll tell you all a little bit of the difference. Normal research reactors, like the one at Iraq or the one at the Dimona Nuclear Research Facility in the Negev Desert, use raw uranium ore that they throw into a pool of water to produce a nuclear reaction. That nuclear reaction, as far as fissile rate, is wildly slow and generally very easy to control. As a matter of fact, they usually self-regulate. The only thing that those sorts of reactors are used for is to be able to produce plutonium as a byproduct, which is then used generally to produce nuclear weaponry. Now, if that reactor gets hit by a bomb, nothing really happens. There's not a large amount of radiation that comes out of a direct hit on one of those, and if the reactor itself was actually blown apart in an explosion, that's totally fine. Once the water disappears or largely is separated from the uranium ore, the reaction completely stops. The water is generally I guess you could say well, not really the accelerant, but more so the medium, which is used to slow down the neutrons, so that way they can actually collide into each other and produce nuclear fission. And once you remove that, and generally that uranium ore hits the open air, generally it's slightly radioactive, but nothing too big. Now that's totally different than a power-producing nuclear reactor. A power-producing nuclear reactor uses refined uranium fuel, usually refined to about 60% these days. In the modern day, weapons grade is refined to about 90% or above. The nuclear fuel grade rods are then inserted into the reactor, and this is generally how all of them work, by the way. I know that there are about a dozen different kinds of nuclear reactors, or actually dozens of them out there. There's graphite reactors, boiling water vessels, light water reactors. We could go over all the slight differences of each and every one of them, but this is the general principle of how they'd operate. They insert these nuclear fuel rods, which are made of uranium, into a pool of water. They then insert control rods and other rods into that pool of water to be able to try and control the reaction to some degree. Now, here's what happens in this situation to where a reactor starts to run out of water. If the reactor starts to run out of water where some of the fuel rods or parts of the fuel rods are now exposed to the open air, the reaction actually starts to run out of control at that point, especially if we start to see that it starts to create a flashover, which is where a large amount of the water, due to the excessive amount of fission happening in the small amount of water, starts to create huge voids of steam. That actually accelerates the reaction, a lot like what y'all would know of, say, the Chernobyl nuclear disaster or the Fukushima Daiichi disaster, and then that creates a nuclear meltdown, which is a physical explosion of the reactor where most of the fuel rods actually melt into a solid goop at the bottom of the reactor, and that becomes a highly radioactive soup at the bottom of that reactor, or in a reactor basement if it starts to melt through the shielding around the reactor, that will survive for hundreds of years, emitting humongous amounts of radiation. This is why striking anything around an active nuclear power plant like the Bushehr plant is a horrendous idea. We've seen the Russians do similar in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine, and it's a wildly dangerous concept. If something goes wrong here, the damage could be significant, especially with the Bushehr nuclear power plant and its geography. If this power plant had a meltdown and it had a complete reactor rupture, where this radiation is able to be released into the open air, a lot of that is going to deposit itself as fallout into the area of the Persian Gulf. A lot of these Middle Eastern countries use desalination plants, which take in water from the Persian Gulf to produce fresh drinking water for their populations. If the Persian Gulf is irradiated to any decent degree, they will not be able to use that water for drinkable water to be processed into desalination plants, meaning that millions of people along the entirety of the Persian Gulf's coast, including in Iran and the rest of the region, will no longer have usable drinking water. That's not a great situation. That's why we generally need to see that whoever conducted an attack like that, Israel, needs to stop this kind of stuff, because it's wildly dangerous and it could lead to unpredictable outcomes that would be generally catastrophic, not only for us, but for everybody in the region. Now, a lot of people are wondering what's up with this thing. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so I will admit we were actually wrong yesterday. Generally speaking, I can't remember what Andrew said about it or the enforcer, but I generally said yesterday that it seemed like Iran could be lying about the situation, but it turns out the boy that cried wolf, which is Iran at this point, was actually telling the truth on this one for the most part, which is kind of shocking considering how much they lie. But we did see the satellite image showing a confirmed hit in very close proximity to Iran's nuclear facility. And what are your thoughts? 59% said the U.S. and Israel sent a warning shot, while 13% said it seems accidental and not intentional, and 11% said Iran probably staged this. So I don't think Iran staged it, by the way. This is something here that's so extreme, I don't even think Iran would do it. So I don't know. Like, this seems like it's intentional to me. Like, I'm kind of going off a gut feeling on this, I will admit. It's kind of my speculation. So I can understand if you disagree with it. But to me, it seems like a warning shot. Though the location in which that missile or whatever projectile that was hit was in an area that generally posed no risk to the actual facility itself. But it sent the message, though, that it's a possible target. And that's the message that it sent. So another fact that we have to weigh in is Bushehr is a dual project between the Iranians and the Russians. That's another fact as well. We are apparently, have the Russians been evacuated from this facility? I want to ask that question first.
We never saw the Ministry of Emergency Situations conduct an evacuation, so we're not really sure how they got out, if they did, and we're not really sure if they're there or not.
Okay, so that was my impression as well. We do not believe that the Russians have been evacuated from this facility. So, according to what we know, based on the most recent information, the Russians are still here at this location. So that's concerning as well. That there are Russian nuclear scientists working there as well. So, to me, seems like a warning shot. I'm with the 60%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that, in my honest opinion, I think this was some sort of a warning shot, because everybody on our side uses precision guided weaponry. So the fact that this landed near to the power plant was probably a deliberate action. Now, who would have done this? I mean, a lot of I find it funny, folks. Some people are in the chat right now saying, "Oh, Enforcer, you're so just wrong saying it could even be Israel. Israel is very wise and they think really hard about what they do." Right after they hit the Pars gas field today, and then the Iranians slammed everybody in the Middle East. Yeah, real big planners there. They really are thinking with their heads over there in Israel right now. So I would say, considering this happened literally right before the Pars field attack, and the Israelis did that and we didn't. And generally, we don't do stupid stuff like this because here in the United States, our commanders generally have a really decent understanding. I think the president would even have a decent understanding if we don't touch nuclear reactors. On the other hand, Israel would definitely be the one to do that. Because if, I just want to make this clear again, if they just hit the Pars field today, which we had asked them not to do anything like that a week ago and they didn't give a damn and they did it anyways, why in the world would we think that the U.S. would do that today and not Israel? I mean, really, if we're going to put the blame on anyone here, why the hell would we do that? That would make no sense for the United States to fire a warning shot like this, because the United States would be engaging in nuclear terrorism, which is something that the United States does not do.
I don't think, I'll be honest with you, this doesn't seem like Israel's style. I'll be honest with you. Israel usually takes action. Like that's what we saw today when they hit the Pars site. They took direct action and they actually did the job. I've never really seen Israel take warning shots. That doesn't seem to be Israel's mode of operation for the most part. When Israel does something, they just go for it. That's the thing they typically do. So, in my opinion, in my assessment, I'm not totally convinced it was Israel personally. I'm kind of 50-50 on it.
I'd say it's more likely Israel. Because this sort of thing you wouldn't just act on and hit it. That would be catastrophic to do, and that would probably lead to who knows what kind of fallout, not only in realistic terms, but in the international sense that would lead to for the Israelis. So that might have been a warning shot by them, because we also have to remember, folks, out of all of the strikes that have been conducted, who killed Ali Khamenei? It actually wasn't us. It was the Israelis that did that, from what we know. From what we've been told now. Apparently that was an Israeli strike. So the Israelis are the ones who take the most daring actions out of everybody, generally, right now. Between the two of us, the Israelis are the ones who are doing it. So they hit the Pars field today. Very risky action. Very bad payoff. They also hit the oil facilities around Tehran. Very risky and an incredibly bad payoff there as well. This action here today, incredibly risky, and if they actually hit the reactor, very bad payoff as well. So if we're going off of the just simple metric of a very risky action that has a very bad payoff, it seems to me like they probably would have been the ones to conduct this attack today. And if that is the case, I cannot say it again. Incredibly strong warnings would have to be issued that if any such attack like that happens again, the United States will have to take action against the Israelis in some form, not militarily, but obviously removing some sort of support that we provide them or something like that. If they do something like that, because it could start screwing over everybody in the Persian Gulf, and a lot of those people are allies, and we generally don't want that. That would be a bad outcome. But with that, it is time for us to move on out of this bit of news today, down near the area of the Bushehr nuclear power plant, as we also saw that further northeast in Shiraz, there were significant strikes being conducted by the United States, from what we understand, on military facilities and IRGC outposts around the city.
Also, by the way, I don't mean to interrupt here on the footage, but we have a little piece of disturbing news that's just come out right now. So I'm currently seeing reports that drones have been detected over a U.S. military base right now, apparently in Washington. I'm trying to read this real quick and get a scan on it. So here's the report. It says U.S. officials detected unidentified drones above the Washington Army base, where Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth apparently live. Apparently, they live on the base, based on the report. And the officials have not determined where these drones have come from. So that is a bit disturbing there, to say the least. They try to track the drones, but they don't know where they went or where they came from or anything. So they're hovering over the base where some of our top officials apparently live, which is concerning. We don't have a description of the drones, by the way. They didn't say if they were quadcopters or they were like larger size drones. Nobody is really telling that information right now. So I'm trying to get some more information on that. The information is very scarce on this. This appears to be a initial report that we're hearing. So that is disturbing. Enforcer, what can you tell us? What fort is this? Do you know?
This would be Fort McNair, or Fort Leslie J. McNair, which is here in the southern part of Washington, D.C. It's actually kind of like it's like kind of like central south is the best way to explain it. It's just south of Navy Yard, and if you're looking at the Capitol building, it's basically a straight shot south on the South Capitol Street road to the Fort Leslie J. McNair area. But that seems to be where the drones were most likely identified to be operating within the area. I'll be entirely honest with y'all, folks. I don't know a lot about Fort McNair to be able to give y'all a great deal of detail on it. I know that the Navy Yard nearby, the Washington Navy Yard, is a fairly significant deal for the Navy. But I wouldn't know about the Army's base here, which is Fort Leslie McNair.
Also, by the way, I see some people saying Truth Social post. Let me go check that real quick and see if there was a statement issued about this, because this is obviously a pretty big story coming out right here. And also, by the way, this isn't the first time we've heard of drones flying over U.S. airspace that have been unidentified. We never got a really convincing answer about the drones that were spotted over New Jersey last year. They claimed that they were U.S. drones, but we don't really know for a fact. So I'm not seeing an exact statement from the president on Truth Social. So sadly, we don't have anything to address directly about that. He looks like he's addressing other stuff instead. So that's all the information we have for now, but we'll be keeping a sharp eye on that one.
If I had to take a guess where in the world this is, there's actually these rows of fairly nice houses right here, which y'all can see, that line this grassy courtyard right here that may be used for top staff that are in this area, and that might also be where the Secretary of Defense and also the Secretary of State are currently at the moment in one of these buildings. I wouldn't know. Once again, I'm taking pot shots at this because I don't really know a lot about Fort McNair, to be entirely honest with you all, but that's where I'm guessing the drones may have been seen. So I guess they flew over the Washington Channel or the Anacostia River to get to this area and then flew around for a little while and then left. But I mean, that is rather interesting, a little bit odd.
And also, it's disturbing as well because earlier today in Tampa, Florida, there was a security situation at a military base there as well. The authorities said they detected a package with quote unquote energetic materials in it, which is basically government speak for a possible explosive of some sort. It's basically, it's trying to tamp down the public fears, is what that language is designed to do. But they had a very serious security situation in Tampa at a military base. So it seems to be that we're having some domestic security situations breaking out left and right. Which is certainly very concerning to say the least. It's interesting, though, that the 2026 main security threat, even on the front lines and on the home front, like, for example, on the homeland here in the United States, it's drones. Drones are by far the biggest threat that we face from a military perspective, by far, of any type of threat. It's really crazy how drones have become such a major threat like that. It's wild.
Man, remember back in the day when drones were just a little hobby thing? Everyone was like, oh, cool, look at these guys fly these drones around all crazy, through these obstacle courses. Everyone was like, that's kind of neat, and it was just that, or it was something like, oh, it's a Reaper. It flies at like 40,000 feet and drops a couple of Hellfires somewhere. Nowadays, they've taken on like the form of what you would see in almost like Call of Duty advanced warfare, with the drone swarms and the autonomously controlled weapon systems. I mean, it's honestly something quite concerning, really.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to deal with it. Honestly, folks, like I personally own a drone myself, and I like to fly them like occasionally, just like recreationally myself. But I think under the circumstances, as much as I hate to say this isn't going to sound very democratic, but unfortunately, in this scenario, it might be imperative to consider possibly a temporary drone ban in U.S. airspace under these current circumstances. I know it's going to disappoint some people, but I think they should seriously consider that because right now there's there's no way to really determine if drones are a threat or not. If you did the temporary drone suspension where you couldn't fly them, that would make it a lot easier to detect these enemy drones, because if they're flying one, most likely it's an enemy flying it. So it would be a lot easier to detect that. But I know that's going to get a lot of flack on me in the comments. I know it's going to get a lot of flack. Understandably so. I don't like it, but at the same time, though, it might be necessary to consider that.
It might be necessary to maybe just consider larger no-fly zone areas, like over urban areas and such, where you can only fly them in rural areas away from military facilities or any critical infrastructure or urban areas. That might be the best move, is kind of balancing the two. So that way, if there is a drone over an urban area, then you can automatically assume it's some sort of a nefarious drone up to questionable activities.
Yeah, maybe so. And also, by the way, I want to reiterate this one more time. I don't like the idea of a drone ban. And of course, it would have to be temporary, like very clearly temporary. But you'll have to understand that I get the fact that, we love to have, like, for example, our freedoms to fly drones and stuff like that. But if we have threats like this popping up and we don't have a proper defense to it, and unfortunately, we are largely defenseless when it comes to drones. At some point, people have to say, okay, we'll temporarily accept like a temporary suspension of a certain right like that to, keep our skies safe, because this could turn very ugly if sleeper cells or something like that start showing up and start doing this on a large basis. This could turn ugly quick, very quickly. This is a major threat with very little defenses to it. So, sometimes things like that are necessary, and it might be around the time.
Yeah, it might be. I think that we need to try and make that as little impactful as possible. Try and balance it out to where it's not just an absolute blanket ban. Maybe something more so in the middle. But I would say that something along those lines definitely needs to be considered, because this is becoming a national security risk at this point, because any drone at this point could be carrying a bomb or who knows what. But anyways, moving on from that and out of that bit of news around the Washington area that we were just able to hear about, moving us on up towards the area of Bandar Anzali. We were able to see the Israelis did conduct a significant strike today on the Iranian Navy in this area, and we understand that 5 ships were destroyed in the strikes. Very small video, but still showing us the fires of the port of Bandar Anzali. Moving us on down and into the area of the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital, we did get to hear that today the ODNI's annual threat assessment confirms that Pakistan is developing missiles to strike the U.S. with nuclear weapons, i.e. ICBMs. And this is the first time, according to what we know in this administration, that's been stated. It was stated in the prior administration in 2024, but fairly interesting to see. Generally, at the moment, the Iranians, the Pakistanis, have IRBMs, which can generally target everybody within Asia, but it currently looks like they're working on ICBMs to try and be able to directly target anybody in the world, including the United States. Generally, we can't do anything about that. Pakistan's already a nuclear power, so there's not really a lot we can do, but that is rather concerning to hear, and I don't really know what their intentions would be in developing a system such as that. But moving on from that and on into the rest of the news within Tehran, we were able to see some significant strikes within Tehran over the course of the day once more, which appeared to be hitting significant government targets. Also, by the way, I forgot to mention, Compton is coming to a neighborhood in Tehran. We were able to see that somebody actually did a drive-by today on a besieged checkpoint within Tehran. I've never seen this before. This is the first time this was ever documented, but here's the clip. We see them driving by the besieged checkpoint.
Holy. Oh my God. That's crazy, man. They literally spun the block. That's the first time I've seen that. That's the first. Where the hell did they get the AK from?
Man, they slay from with that AK from far away, man. Like, man, shoot, man. Like,
damn. Man, literally rolled the window down like a gang drive-by. That's crazy.
Man, you know what's crazy, man, is that the next thing you know, they're going to be calling this Chiran, the way they'd be going off like Oblak. I mean, this me, like, damn. Like, I'm not going to lie, folks. I've never seen anybody conduct an attack on a besieged checkpoint by spinning the block and whipping the Glock. You know what I mean? Like, this is the first time I've ever seen something like that. So I guess, folks, we got drive-bys in Tehran before we got GTA 6. Like, we're really evolving out here.
Also, they literally just they weren't even going that fast. They literally just crept by like in the car. Like they were not in any hurry. Like they were creeping past, man. Like they were a menace.
Honestly, man, bro, after they left the scene, that little sound was played, like, like mission pass plus respect, bro. Like they got that and they went back to the hideout and they got their next mission from the game. But a little bit wild with that. I'd never seen a drive-by in Tehran before, or Iran for that matter. That's the first. So they're evolving, everyone. Next thing you know, Tehran's going to look like Chicago on the south side. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get out of the Islamic Republic of Iran and move on to the rest of our news in the region. We were able to hear that the Stoiki Doiki has ended up in TARDIS. Satellite photography did confirm that the little crapper's there. So after it fled Iran, it basically sailed all the way around the Arabian Peninsula, through the Suez, and then here to TARDIS. We now are able to confirm that. So the Stoiki is intact. Moving on from that, we've also been able to see that the U.S. has been using its A-10 Warthogs to hit Iranian militias within the area of Kirkuk in northern Iraq. Let's take a little look.
سبحان الله شوفوا الطيارات.
Oh, there it is.
شوف شو تضرب هاي حاليا في قضاء داقوق.
Get him.
حاليا في قضاء داقوق.
Ooh.
حاليا في قضاء
That thing
داقوق.
nasty.
Oh,
في قضاء داقوق بردا وسلاما.
man, that's crazy work right there. Like that's the first ever time that I've seen a strafing run like from front to back like that.
That's actually pretty cool.
بردا وسلاما.
Well, you see it currently conducting an orbit up there to line back up on target.
حاليا في قضاء داقوق. بردا وسلاما. بردا وسلاما.
I want to point this out too in the meantime. The enforcer was wrong. He was wrong, I say.
Huh?
The A-10 is still usable, and it's still being used. It's still relevant in 2026. It's the ban topic, but I'm bringing it up because somebody has to stand up for the A-10 Warthog. The people on the ground, the soldiers, they love this plane right here. And I say keep them.
But Matthew, I never said it was completely unusable. I just said in air supremacy environments it is, but against modern air defenses, it wouldn't be usable. I mean, look,
You were supposed to be enraged. You were supposed to be enraged. That was the whole joke.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. What?
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was looking for right there.
Man, what the hell's wrong with you? Screw you. But anyways, with that, okay. Man, I didn't get the cue. I didn't know. I was like, Matthew, I had stipulations on that prior. I mean, in modern air defense environments like against China and Russia, maybe. Well, against Russia it'd be easily usable, but against China maybe not. But like in places like Iraq where there's literally no air defense, these things have a field day.
Man, he started getting all technical. I mean, I was trying to do a bit.
Man, I mean, it is a technical thing, though. That air supremacy is required for the A-10.
You see, there's a thing, too, with the A-10 Warthog pilots. They're technically sitting in a titanium bathtub. So technically, they're taking it really easy. They're taking a relaxing day in the bathtub, titanium, of course, while they're doing the strafing.
Man, honestly, respectable. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get out of the clip from Kirkuk and down to Baghdad, where we were able to see that some Iraqi citizens were cheering as the U.S. embassy and facility was hit in Baghdad today. We can see them listening to the drone flying in.
Oh.
Oh. We hear some air defense possibly.
They clapping?
Yeah. Iraq is a very confused place. Like, some people in Iraq like us, and then some people hate us with a burning passion still. You could generally get a blend of anyone there, but it appears that these guys did not like us at all, and we're happy to see the U.S. Embassy hit. But moving on out of Baghdad, Iraq, and on out of that region, it is time for us to get to some news within Riyadh, as we were able to see that there was a statement by the Saudi Foreign Ministry today that is as follows. They say that Iran had prepared in advance for its attacks on the Gulf states, and that they will increase Iran's isolation if they continue. We also were able to see that Industrial Zone 2 was unfortunately hit today. The firm satellite was able to confirm that, and we were able to see a clip of that facility getting hit right here. We see the missile coming on in, and then hitting the industrial facility right there. Unfortunate to see. Moving us on out of Riyadh, we also were able to report that within the state of Israel, there does appear to have been some direct impacts by the Islamic Republic of Iran, once again on the town of Jaljulia within central Israel. We have not been able to confirm casualties. We've also been able to see within the southern area of Israel that there were more cluster rounds used by Bushehr missiles over the area, which we were able to see in this clip right here. Notice the incoming missiles. Notice the cluster rounds. Sir, there's going to be no words. You're under arrest. I'm under what? How dare you, sir? This is democracy manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. Notice how the Israelis are hitting the Pars oil field. Oh, heavens. But anyways, we can see the cluster rounds coming on in. Over the horizon, and there they go, off into the distance. But the Iranians have been using these a lot more after they realized that those are probably the most efficient and actually being able to land some hits inside of Israel. Moving us on, finally, out of the entirety of the Middle East, we do have to move you all to a tiny bit of news in China, as we've now been able to hear that one of the top scientists involved in the development of the J-20 stealth fighter has disappeared from the elite academic roster. We believe he may have been arrested for some reason by the Chinese Communist Party for unknown reasons. Moving us on out of China and on towards Cuba, we have been able to hear, and I had to get that Russian one running on Cuba. We're going to get to that here in a minute. I'm going to give it a little bit of a runway, though, before we get to it. We've been able to hear that the price of propane is skyrocketing. According to Bloomberg, the price of propane is climbing at almost twice the pace of the natural gas it's made from, threatening even more pocketbook pain for consumers already coping with surging gasoline, diesel, and power costs. Not that great. We've also been able to hear that apparently the Pentagon is now asking for a $200 billion budget increase for the ongoing war in Iran. We've also been able to hear that apparently the President of the United States hasn't made up his mind on whether he wants to send American forces into Iran and seize the country's nuclear material, which would be very dangerous, according to sources that spoke to CBS. We also were able to hear that as of today, officially, the Jones Act has been suspended, and a 60-day waiver temporarily is allowing international ships to be able to compete with the American companies that survived within the economic bubble created by the Jones Act to ship cargo from one U.S. port to the next, which by law, according to the Jones Act, was only allowed for vessels that were flagged and operated directly out of the United States of America and could not be foreign flagged. Now, due to the waiver, foreign nations will be able to transport goods in between American ports via an American port, and generally will be waiving the Jones Act. That's probably the best way that I can explain that. So, moving us on out of all that, it's now time for us to get on down to Cuba. And some of y'all might be wondering, why are you going so fast, Enforcer? Well, we have the whole European news segment to cover, and we got to make that in decent time. So that's why I'm going that fast. Moving us on down.
I like news.
I like news, really. It's rather nice. Like I rather like it, you know. But I got to get to it. Beyond that, we have been able to hear, folks, that the Russians have made an announcement today. Let me get you all this nice little picture here. Russia is going to be attempting to break the U.S. blockade of Cuba. Russian tankers Anatoly Kolotkin and Seahorse are heading to Cuba, which is under a U.S. naval blockade. Anatoly Kolotkin is carrying 730,000 barrels of Ural oil and is part of Russia's shadow fleet under sanctions from several countries, including the United States and the UK. The Seahorse tanker, which set off in February, is transporting 200,000 barrels of Russian fuel. Gas oil. If they manage to reach Cuba, these will be the first energy supplies in 3 months, and the U.S. imposed a fuel blockade on the island in early 2026. On March 16th, Cuba experienced a complete blackout, leaving all 10 million residents without electricity. Now, with that in mind, folks, I have to say, isn't it kind of really interesting, folks, how the Russians just always seem to be wherever we're trying to deal with people that we don't like, you know, like... Think about it, everybody. Really think about it here. Just for the people out there who still don't like Ukraine and think Russia's an ally, let's think about that here for a minute. When we went and dealt with Venezuela, who in the world was there helping out the Venezuelans? Russia. Who in the world was there when we were trying to deal with Iran? Russia. Who in the world was there when we were trying to help out Ukraine? Russia. And who in the world is there right now when we're trying to deal with Cuba? Russia. Isn't that kind of weird how some people believe that Russia is kind of like a friend of the United States, but every single time that there's an opportunity to screw with someone here in the United States, the Russians are always sticking their little chubby fingers into the situation wherever they can. Isn't that kind of odd? Isn't that a little bit weird? You know, you don't see the Ukrainians doing that. You know, for the Ukrainians to be claimed to be screwing us left and right for cocaine money, I don't really see them screwing us over like the Russians try to, you know? Like, let me explain to y'all how they do it. Like, for example, with Venezuela, they give them a whole bunch of air defense systems so that way they can try and shoot down and kill U.S. forces that are flying in by helicopter or shoot down U.S. aircraft. Then with Iran, they provide intelligence directly to the Iranians to allow Iran to more directly target and kill U.S. soldiers on the ground inside the Middle East in the current war. In Ukraine, they are directly trying to, one, thwart a U.S. ally or a very friendly country to the United States, and two, eventually expand into our alliance and sphere of influence inside of Europe, which is also well against our interests. And now with Cuba, when the U.S. government, whether it makes sense or not, is trying to deal with the communist Cuban regime at the moment, the Russians are the first one to try and push straight through the blockade and bust it open. Isn't that kind of weird to everyone that is the case? You know, it seems to me like the Russians are a bunch of right bastards, really. You know, it seems like they're an enemy of the Republic. I mean, you know, it would take a lot to really make that deduction. I mean, obviously the Russians love us and all, you know, but it seems to me like maybe we should treat them like an enemy of the nation, because it seems to me like they always like to operate off of that sort of a premise that they are. Now, with all that said and done, we do have a poll at this point on the situation of the Russians trying to break that little blockade. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the poll is, now that Russia is saying that they're going to try to run the Cuba blockade that the U.S. Navy is imposing on Cuba, what is going to happen when these Russian ships show up with the oil heading to Cuba? What's the U.S. going to do about that? 54% said the U.S. will intercept and confront Russia directly about this, while 30% said Russia will be allowed to deliver, and 10% said I'm 50-50 on this one. So, in my opinion, I think that even though the U.S. has generally been trying to keep friendly relations with Russia, which is not wise, by the way, because Russia is not in our interest, well, putting that aside for a second, I think on this one, they are not going to allow the U.S. blockade of Cuba to be broken by Russia. I think they will intercept and confront these ships, and it probably won't be a very harsh interception. It'll probably simply be, excuse me, gents, can you turn away and take your oil elsewhere? It'll probably be something like that. It's not going to be like they're going to get boarded and seized. I doubt they'll go that far because that might hurt Putin's feelings. So I'm with the 55%. I think they will be intercepted. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have a feeling that they're going to be intercepted. I'm also feeling that there is a chance they could be seized, because we have seen a lot of shadow tankers seized by the U.S. government prior due to court orders that have allowed for seizure warrants to be issued for the vessels. So considering that both of these vessels are on the sanctions registry, they might actually be seized by the U.S. Coast Guard or the U.S. Navy once they get close enough to Cuba. So there is definitely a possibility of that happening, in my opinion. Not really sure if that's going to happen. I'll be entirely honest with you all. If they did do that, I would have to say I would have a decent amount of respect for the U.S. government in making sure to follow through on seizing vessels that are on our sanctions registry that have come within range of being boarded by the United States Armed Forces or the United States Coast Guard. So we'll have to see, but they cannot be allowed to go through. The thing is, folks, is that I don't really think Cuba's even a big fish to fry. We've got a lot going on right now. I don't even know why we're trying to deal with this. But if we're conducting a blockade, the principle of it still stands, whether it makes sense or not what we're doing down there. We can't let anyone through. It loses us credibility and reputation globally if we allowed that to happen, even if we said here on the channel, it makes no sense what we're doing right now with Cuba, because we have a lot of other things happening that are more important.
Yeah.
But still,
Also, by the way, why did Russia wait this long to send them? Because you remember we covered this about, I think it was almost a month ago. We said Russia's about to send ships to Cuba to deliver fuel to them. For some reason they didn't end up going. They ended up getting paused, but now they're actually being deployed. And the first one's expected in just a few days. Like I think March 24th or 23rd is when one of them is expected to show up. So that'll be basically the day that the U.S. will either stop the ship or they'll let it through, one or the other. But I don't know why they waited and why did they decide to finally do it at this point.
I don't know, actually. It's a great question. I don't know why they've waited this long, but I mean, maybe it just took them that long to figure out where the hell to even load the oil. Like, we can see, considering that the Ukrainians have attacked basically every oil facility in the west part of their country. Maybe it took them that long to just figure out how in the world to even load it up onto a ship, maybe.
Maybe so, possibly, but it seems to me like maybe the Cuban situation's gotten so bad because it was very possible that yesterday when we saw the national blackout inside of Cuba for the electrical infrastructure, it's very possible that was simply because they ran out of fuel to run their electrical plants. That's very possible as well. Some people also speculate that it could have been a cyber attack, but it could be that Russia's taking the chance at this point because the situation has deteriorated so bad in Cuba when it comes to the blockade that's currently ongoing that they have to do something, otherwise the country of Cuba is going to collapse.
Maybe so. We'll have to see, but generally, I think, folks, that we're not going to let them through, and I hope that we don't. That would be very bad looking for U.S. reputation. And I see a lot of people in the chat going, America doesn't have any reputation anymore. Well, I mean, still, you don't operate off of that for the rest of all time. You know, it's like, even if that is true, like, in the heavy hedging on is, like, if it was, I mean, still, we still have to operate off of every situation like we're trying to maintain and upkeep reputation. So, you know, as far as analysis is concerned, we don't just go, oh, America looks so goofy, and then say, you know what, let them through. You know, you don't work stuff like that. That's not how that works. But moving on from that, it's time for us to get on up into Geneva, Switzerland, which is the headquarters of the World Health Organization. They have stated today that they are preparing for a nuclear catastrophe, a potential worst-case scenario for the Middle East, if the ongoing conflict between Iran, Israel, and the United States escalates further. The UN staff are monitoring the fallout of strikes on Iran's nuclear sites and remain vigilant for any type of nuclear threat. According to Hanan Balki, the WHO regional director for the Eastern Mediterranean, the worst-case scenario is a nuclear incident, and that's something that worries us the most. As much as we prepare, there's nothing that can prevent the harm that will come the region's way, and globally if this eventually happens, and the consequences are going to last for decades. So hopefully we'll be able to see that there is no nuclear incident that occurs within the Middle East, and I hope that nobody goes out of their way to drop bombs near to operational nuclear reactors, because that would be a bad idea, and generally hitting one of those would lead to catastrophic results for our allies and our enemies within the region, which wouldn't be good for our position, and it wouldn't be good for anyone's position, really. So hopefully we'll be able to see that the World Health Organization's preparations will be for naught, and they will not be necessary, because we will not see such an incident happen. But moving us on out of that a little bit of news, we've also been able to hear that apparently the pipelines need to be extended within Europa. According to a NATO general today, which I'm not sure if that's Grinkovich or someone else, they have called for the expansion of Europe's fuel pipelines eastwards in case of war with Russia. NATO's 10,000-kilometer network of pipelines, which are buried at 0.8 meters deep, which is about 2 feet deep, or kind of like 2 feet and 8 inches deep or so, was built during the Cold War, mainly to serve Western air forces in conflict with the then United Soviet Socialist Republics. In wartime, the Air Force is expected to account for up to 85% of total military fuel consumption. In addition, when mixed with additives, aviation gasoline becomes suitable for use in tank engines and other vehicles. The fuel pipeline network currently spans 12 countries, but ends in Western Germany, where it serves, among others, Ramstein Air Base, as well as Germany's largest airport in Frankfurt. Currently, the proposal is to expand these on into East Germany and possibly into Poland, so that way the fuel lines would be secure through those regions as well, and we would be able to see that we could have forward operating air elements against the Russians inside of places like Poland, which would be quite beneficial for us instead of having to see that their supply lines are generally cut, and then most of our air operations are having to be conducted at longer distances from places like Germany. It would also secure Poland's air force as well, and make sure they're part of a larger fuel supply grid, which would ensure that the Polish Air Force and other larger air forces in Europe would still maintain operational capabilities, even in the midst of heavy strikes that may be conducted by the Russian Federation at some point in the future. But moving us on back to the World Health Organization statements out of Geneva, Switzerland, a lot of people are wondering whether that nuclear incident is a serious risk or not. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so what do you think about that? Is the nuclear incident a real risk in the Iran war, or is it not? And 43% said yes, it is a real big risk, while 37% said it's fear-mongering and it's not really a situation, and 14% said it seems so, but I'm 50-50. And I would say it is an actual risk. You have to, of course, plan for things like this as contingencies, and I would say it's pretty reasonable to prepare for something like that, because you gotta remember, if this situation keeps escalating and it keeps getting worse, and now all of a sudden we're in a global economic crisis and Iran is holding the keys, sometimes people get desperate and sometimes things happen. So I wouldn't rule this out. I know people are like, they don't want to consider stuff like that because it seems too rash, and I would agree it's a very unpleasant thought to think about, but I don't think we should ignore it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it's probably a pretty decent risk because of the fact that a bomb just blew up somewhere near to a active reactor about 300 meters away just yesterday, this is actually a pretty decent risk. I would say the preparations are, of course, necessary. You know, it would be stupid not to prepare, even if there was a low chance of that happening, because if it happens, then what? And then there's no plan. So I would generally say that it seems to be a pretty significant risk to me, just based off of what's happened yesterday at the Bushehr nuclear power plant. But with that, it is time for us to move on out of that news in Geneva, Switzerland, and moving us on into Russia, because it's time for us to get on into the war in Ukraine, which we have been able to get a lot of news out of today, and I mean a lot of it. Moving us on into Moscow, we have been able to hear, one, that the Russian Federation is now considering armed escorts for their shadow tankers. Remember, everybody, the shadow tankers are officially not a part of the Russian Federation's global oil support structures. Not at all. That's at least what they claim. And, you know, it's a little bit interesting to me that now they're openly stating, like Putin's advisor, Nikola Patrushev, that they might consider armed escorts for the shadow tankers, which technically aren't carrying Russian oil, according to the Russians. I think that's quite interesting, you know? And also, according to Patrushev, he stated that some countries have gone too far in pursuing Russian vessels, although these technically aren't Russian vessels, suggesting that these measures are clearly aimed, among other things, at intimidating Europeans from arresting Russia's shadow fleet. Well, I don't think that's going to work, because the Russian Navy doesn't have enough vessels, even, to protect every single shadow tanker on the planet. So the Europeans could just go to whatever shadow tanker is unprotected and seize it, and the Russian Navy can't do anything about it. So it's kind of a little funny. But moving on from that, we have also been able to hear that apparently Putin's gone into hiding. According to news that we were able to get out of Russia recently, apparently Putin has stopped appearing in the Kremlin amid reports that the U.S. and Israel had been tracking Iran's leadership and generally knew where all he was to blow him up on the day that the war started with Iran. Vladimir Putin's schedule has been cut short of public events at the Kremlin, and the last time he attended such an event was 9 days ago, according to publications on the presidential administration's website. This is one of the longest gaps in the president's schedule since the beginning of the year. According to an analysis by the agency, Putin stopped visiting the Kremlin amid widespread internet outages in central Moscow, which some publications have linked to the assassination of Ali Khamenei. Details, the last public event the president held in the Kremlin was a meeting on the global oil and gas market on March 9th. So apparently Putin's scared that if he hangs out of the Kremlin too long, he's going to get stream sniped by the United States and the Israelis at some point in the future. I guess. I don't know. But that's largely what they're thinking at the moment right now. Moving on from that, we've also been able to hear that a lot of people seem to not be big fans of the Russian government anymore. What happened? What happened in Russia? All the Russian military bloggers are turning against Youngblood. I can't believe it. Can you believe that, Matthew? The blood team.
Honestly, I can believe it. I'm surprised the Russians have gone this long without, having much opposition to what Putin's doing. Because they're losing their sons, they're losing their daughters, they're losing their economy. They're about to lose their entire way of life if this keeps going this way. Because China's not going to prop the Russian economy up indefinitely. That's not going to be the way it works. So Russia's destroying itself from the inside out over this war, and it's about time that someone says something.
And it appears that we have a lot of comments today to cover, and I'll try and read them out really quickly for y'all. There's 3 of them that we have that are key ones from top military bloggers in Russia. According to Ilya Remeslo, they stated, so I've reached my first 100.2 subscribers, which I believe is 100,200 subscribers. Thank you all so much. Moving on to 300 to 500. Since the option with Putin and his children got the most votes in the poll, let's talk about it. Putin is very unbalanced on this issue. It's understandable that children need to be protected, but everything needs to be in moderation. The problem is that Putin is very cowardly, and he has seriously intimidated his own children. Putin's daughter don't carry a surname, which is complete nonsense. Everybody knows who Tikhanova and Vorontsova really are, refusing to take their father's family name out of fear. What could be more pathetic? Need I mention that they never built their own careers or lives? Compare this nonsense to the...
Don't read that last part right there.
Oh, sorry. I just reading. As for the younger children from Kabeva, judging, let's see. Oh, I guess this is just comparing them to the rest of the world. So, oh, wait a minute, hang on, there's a little key one here. In general, I'd suggest that Vladimir Putin undergo 10 to 12 sessions with a psychoanalyst. I can recommend a specialist. He clearly hasn't worked through his childhood fear and need to control, which he has transferred to his adult life, and then to the lives of his children, not to mention the citizens of Russia. Huh, well, that's interesting. Moving on from that and on to our next statements from another Russian military blogger, it appears that this one's generally just losing all hope. This is from the officer na Peredovi, which is the officer of Peredovi. So, at the present moment, an offensive by the center group of forces of Dobropilia does not seem feasible from an operational point of view. The main priority remains the Slavyansk-Kramatorsk direction, where the outcome of the summer offensive will be decided. An attempt to encircle and storm Dobropilia will require significant time and material costs from us, which would be more effectively used in operations against Slavyansk and Kramatorsk, in particular on the Krasnolimansk and Slavyansk and Konstantinovsk directions. The formation of strike forces have not yet been completed, and all resources should be concentrated there. To break through to Dobropilia, the command would have to reinforce the center group, which is already limited in its scope of action due to a shortage of personnel and disrupted logistics. 51A needs to restore the combat capabilities of its forward units, as its ability to attack on the broad front is extremely limited. 2A, even on the event of reaching the southern approaches to Dobropilia at the cost of heavy losses, would also require measures to restore combat capability, similar to those needed for 51A today. Doesn't seem like that guy sounds all too positive. Now, this guy is really not positive. Let's take a listen to him. Let's see here. Oh, the term of Putin's stay in power. Putin is 74 years old. He's been in power since 1999 for more than 26 to 27 years. And apparently, he plans to sit on the throne for at least another 150 years. This guy is actually quite in the know, really. As is well known, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And if it's endless, I mean, hell, look at what Olive Garden's done with unlimited soup and salad. Imagine this guy being in charge of a country, unlimitedly, like unlimited soup and salad. Clearly not a good idea. Even a morally flawless person would become corrupt in such a situation, and Putin was not always like he is now. Before 2003, there was little to criticize him for. That's why many of us supported him before. But everything has its limits. We need a new modern president. And Putin does not respect his voters, does not want to hear him. Man, that hits home. But anyways, just look at any recent direct line. It's a complete circus. The president is frankly not interested in domestic problems and the domestic politics. He has long stopped reading telegram channels. I don't think he ever did. And he doesn't care about our daily indignations. Putin just wants endless war, in which his children and relatives do not participate, not the internet and high salaries. I won't even mention the opposition. It simply doesn't exist. Putin himself has been saying for all these 26 years how important criticism of the authorities and opposition is. But name a single deputy or public figure who criticizes Putin. There are none. And those who tried are either designated as foreign agents, or abroad, or simply in the grave. Putin is afraid of participating in debates, honest elections, because then it will be immediately clear that the king is naked. Conclusion: Vladimir Putin is not a legitimate president. Vladimir Putin should be resigned and be put on trial as a war criminal and a thief.
Damn. This guy right here is really going crazy, honestly. That's crazy work right there. And even the Russians know what's up. Talking about the critics of Putin are in the grave. Even they know what's up.
And I mean, look at the reactions on this thing, man. Like, there's 6,200 thumbs up. I mean, we get that on like a stream.
Damn. It seems like Putin almost might need to turn the internet off.
Dang, it almost seems like a lot of these military bloggers are about to be in a foreign country, or, silenced, or declared a foreign agent, or in the grave. But it seems like he's losing a lot of support in Russia at this point, folks. Doesn't really look like he's having a good time. But folks, I've got to bring y'all to something that is absolutely tragic. For all of my rail fans out there, y'all know that I like a good American railroad here and there. A good old Norfolk Southern, a CSX, or Chassis System Consolidated, which is what that stands for. Or maybe a BNSF, a Burlington Northern Santa Fe, or maybe even the old UP, the Union Pacific. But many of y'all will know that other countries don't have that kind of variety. Some countries are very devoid of variety and intrigue within their railways, and Russia is one of those countries. The Russian National Railway is the only railway of the Russian Federation, and it operates all railroad operations across the country, passenger and freight. A while ago, they had to lay off half of everybody in the company, by the way. I had to bring that up there eventually at some point. Might as well just slam that down in the middle of my monologue. They had to lay off half the company because the problem is, folks, that they're running out of cargo to move, because the Russian economy has been falling apart so badly. A lot of the companies that are involved in moving around stuff to sell, or stuff to move somewhere else to produce into something to sell, they had to lay off half of everybody a little while ago, which, if I'm not mistaken, let me go pull this up really quickly to go get a figure here. Oh, let's see.
So they laid off people at the railroad? Is that what you said?
Yes. They laid off another 6,000 today.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a damn shame.
oh.
Laying off people on the railroad. Oh, man.
Man, Matthew be a professional hater on railroads. Like, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, man, I'm not. Dude,
Oh,
it's
man.
sad.
I
It's
tell you
sad.
what. Yeah, across the board, though, the layoffs are still happening, not just at the railroad. That's the most recent one. But as across the board, they're still laying people off like crazy in Russia.
Well, I mean, hell, the railways, man. I mean, like, I gotta say, folks, the railways are really the biggest sign that things are going badly if they're laying off people. Because the truth of the matter is, folks, is that railways most of the time are kind of recession proof because there's always something that has to be moved. And while the volume of cargo, at least in the amount that would need to be moved, might increase and decrease a little bit, for railroads, especially even the Russian railroads, they run entirely off of the idea of running bulk unit trains. Like, for example, in America, a lot of the American railroads run on some sort of a commodity that basically never ceases in production or its use or need, like coal or oil or some other resource like that. The Russian Federation's railways run the same, and when you see that a railway is running into such bad issues that they're laying off people on the railroads in the thousands, it's giving us an idea of the health of the Russian economy, which is exorbitantly poor, and it's getting worse every single time another layoff is happening, because it's showing that less economic activity that requires to be transported from point A to point B is happening inside of their country. So, a fairly bad sign for the Russians, to be sure, but a welcome one for us. And a lot of people are wondering, why in the world are the Russians crashing out like that? You know, all those military belongers in the midst of thousands of people getting laid off from the railroads again and everything else. What in the world is going on that the Russian people would absolutely start hating Putin over? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
So what's going on? Why are the Russians angry? Not that we're like confused about the situation or anything like that, but why do you think the Russians are so angry? Like, do they really have a reason to be angry? Should they be angry? I mean, are they just hangry? Perhaps maybe a Snickers bar, possibly. But Russian propagandists are now calling for Putin's arrest, which is crazy work inside of Russia. That's dangerous. Also, they're calling the war a failure, which is a real shocker. So, what are your thoughts? 45% said the Russians are kind of tired of economic collapse, while 35% said the Russians are tired of losing their sons and daughters in the war. 11% said the Russians truly dislike the war. They just have an aversion to it. They don't like fighting. So I would say I saw a lot of people saying, Matt, you bastard, you didn't add an option for all the above. Honestly, I'll give you that one. I wish I had a fifth option because I would say all the above. But I'm not sure if it's truly about the Russians disliking the war necessarily. They were kind of indifferent to it. But once it started hitting their wallets, they started feeling a little bit different. They didn't really care very much when the Ukrainians were getting slaughtered. They didn't really feel the need to speak up about that. But when their wallet got hurt and also their sons and daughters started dying in numbers that the world has never seen before, then they said, hey, wait a minute, this is affecting us. We're kind of selfish. We're kind of angry now. So I think that's probably it, all of the above. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say that generally, I think that the Russian people are very unhappy because everything's going so poorly. They can't stop losing. Oh man, it's like I can't stop winning, but it's the other way around. And for the Russians, they really can't stop losing. You know, when you think about it, folks, what in the world are they winning at? Well, they're not winning the war in Ukraine. They're not winning in the economy. They're not winning anywhere. They're tired of losing, and that's why they hate Putin now. He's a loser. We don't like losers here, and we don't like losers over there, and they don't like him either. So I think that's the real reason why they're getting tired of everything going poorly. I think it'd be a combination of all the above, like a lot of people are saying in the poll. Matthew, why didn't you add that option in? Shame on you. Shame on you. But beyond that...
Watch it. Watch it now.
Hey, watch it, mister.
Hey.
Oh, I'm walking in. But beyond
Did you say
that...
something about me that I don't like? Did you say something? Did you say something? Speak plainly, Vladimir. Speak plainly.
Listen, I'm not going to deal with this disrespect. I talked to the mayor. But anyway,
I think you need to go stay in the hospital for a day or two. You might need to go stay in the hospital on the top floor.
I think we need to take care of your concerns permanently. I think we need to take care of. But beyond that, though, I would say that, in my honest opinion, I think it is all of the above. I think they're tired of the war. They're tired of the bad situation the Russian economy is in. people want good things and they don't want to die. Those are kind of like two certainties that we can always be sure of in this world, and the Russian people don't get either, and that's what's making them unhappy. So I hope that does address that well, at least the best I can. And oh boy, when we get down into the south of Russia, again, it's looking pretty bad down here. There's kind of to the point that they're probably going to be wanting this whole thing to end a little bit sooner rather than later. We were able to see that the Ukrainians conducted another whopping drone attack on the Russians again overnight in the Don region, and the damage was pretty decent. Down in Napa, we were able to see that air defense was firing within the area, trying to down some of the incoming Ukrainian drones in this clip right here. That sounds like a Panther. That's rare. The radar on it finally worked.
They're listening to some hardcore trap back there in the background too while they're watching this thing right here. I'm hearing those sick beats.
Man, before long, man, they're gonna be listening to "Rest in Peace to Granny, she got hit by a bazooka." Like I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Man, that voice crack was horrendous. But anyway, moving on from that, we also get to see some drones of the Crimea. Oh, do you hear that? The mower's out early in the morning.
Damn it, Bobby, he's out there with that Cub Cadet. That boy ain't right.
Get him, Bobby. Well, moving on.
Would you care to buy some propane and propane accessories?
Man, honestly, man, the Ukrainians are all pro-pain on the Russian military. They're like, I'm pro for that pain, make them suffer. Man, it's like, man, I mean, like, they going for it. I've seen, Matthew, that the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has actually stated that it's actually all about getting impressions for the memes lately, and as long as they're getting a couple of hundred impressions per meme about the war in Ukraine, things are going pretty good. Wait a minute, am I misquoting people from the White House, or was that the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense? I'm not really sure. But anyways, beyond that, though, it is time for us to get down into Krasnodar. Because you have no fear, everybody, Russian air defense is here. See what's going on out here. I was like the police are down there.
Some of that soft talking. Let's see.
Yeah, there's a lot of law enforcement people and folks in the street down there. What's going on around here? Let's see if the second video casts any knowledge on us over what's happening. Oh! Well, would you look at that? Would you look at that, Matthew? Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is?
That looks like a debris situation.
That is right. But what kind of debris?
I don't know. Dank memes and broken dreams. They've crashed and they've burned.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty close guess, but there's two things that it can be, Matthew. Either a Ukrainian drone or a Russian air defense missile. Now, take your pick. You got a 50-50 of getting this right.
That's not enough destruction for the Russians. That could be Ukraine.
You wouldn't believe it. It's a Russian air defense missile again.
Oh, damn.
I'm telling you, they have a bad streak with this right here. They have a really bad one. There was also some other clips I didn't show y'all from Krasnodar because I knew we were going to be pressed for time by this point on air. But I mean, the Russian air defenses around Krasnodar were laying waste to the residential buildings in Krasnodar more than the drones were conducting any damage in the city itself. I mean, the Russian air defense is causing more damage to Krasnodar in southern Russia these days than the actual drone attacks are, which is absolutely unbelievable to actually think that that's the reality. But moving us on from that, it's time for us to get on into the front in Ukraine. We were able to see that the Ukrainian air defenses were engaging some of them threats today. Hit them with that 50. Or as the young blood say, hit him with a rat attack. Oh!
Ukraine's not weak. Ukraine is strong. They beat NATO in war game.
Honestly, that is like kind of crazy though. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
That's a real flex, actually. Oh,
damn!
Yes, bitya. Yes, bitya.
Nice. We love to see it. Moving on from that and on down the way and into the location unknowns, we also were able to see some Ukrainian soldiers enjoying the railroads. Matthew, you like the railroads, don't ya?
Yeah, I love them.
Ну, да, туда.
Yeah!
Oh, yeah, the Tweaker Railroad, Tweaker Lines Incorporated.
Man, I'm telling you. And also, we got the Russian casualty report. Holy moly!
Oh, yeah, 0 Bobcats.
No, Matthew, look at the troops.
Holy cow, it's like the Russians are getting pushed back.
It's like they get mowed down, like fresh grass in the morning glade. But beyond that, MSC Secure the record stated that 1,710 troops is the highest loss since the 17th December of 2025. That's quite a lot of guys. That's like half a brigade, everybody, that was wiped out in a day. 230 vehicles is the 8th highest daily loss, and 1,189 drones is the lowest since the 27th of February of this year. Now, let's get on into the figures. Now, 1,710 Russian soldiers have met their maker or have been put on the front lines of the meat grinding units today because they got wounded. We also were able to see 11 APCs were destroyed along with 230 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 29 artillery pieces, 1,189 drones, and that was about it. But, I mean, that was one hell of a day right there. I mean, that's pretty decent. Moving us on from that and out of that little bit of news, it's time for us to move on and up into the area of Vovchansk, where we were able to see that the 159th Mechanized Brigade was really giving it to the Russians with some dramatic music cued in. Ooh!
The music really sets the mood, you know? Music can make or break a thing.
Oh, music can certainly make or break something, and it appears that it's going to break this poor fella here. We can also see here this next drone trying to line up its targets. You know, some folks say this is quite sad. I'd really agree. It would be a lot less sad if the Russians weren't in Ukraine, like the Russian army at least, because then we wouldn't be seeing videos like this every day. Can I get an amen in the chat for that one? Oh, and there's one more. I gotta say, the Russian front in Vovchansk just isn't going too well these days. Moving us on towards the Kupiansk area, we also were able to see them hitting some Russians here in the woods, just north and east of Kupiansk. Oh, look at this. This is a rare Mista. A Mista SSPG. Well, what do you know? That's actually quite rare. Especially for these days, in this given day and age. You don't ever see these anymore. Oh, they're cooking it. Get them.
Ooh, burning. Look at this. They turn off the burner, Jimmy. The pizza's burnt.
They always say that the top 1% of the Russian army controls half of the Russian army's equipment. We need equalized equipment distribution. And then there's nothing.
That sounds like something that Russians would say, actually.
Russia is a welfare state. But anyways, moving on from that and on down the line, we also got to see the 16th Artillery Brigade in action. Y'all want to see what a modern artillery brigade HQ looks like for the Ukrainians? Well, it looks like something that's actually pretty impressive. Here's the clip. You see them watching the screens here. I mean, honestly, this looks like our little HQ where we observe all of the wars from, to be entirely honest.
Man, I don't know if you saw that HQ they built in Washington D.C., but they built a little bar. Now, I don't hang out in bars, by the way, but I mean, I would make an exception for this one. They built one where you can monitor the situation in Washington D.C. It was put out by one of those companies that does the whole, betting on the outcomes type deal. I won't mention the name of the company, but I will admit, a very cool concept. They have like the screens galore in there. You can monitor the situation and also, have a little bit of drink too. I'm not sure how well you're going to monitor it after you get a little bit of alcohol in your system, but it's the thought that counts.
Man, you're gonna be sitting there monitoring the situation going, I'll take you home again, Kathleen. It's like, you ain't gonna be monitoring it too well after you sloshed, But moving on from that and on down the to Lehman front, we also get to see the Russians getting hit down here by the 53rd Mechanized Brigade. Why, what's the 53rd doing down here? Oh, they're going to the basement.
Also, by the way, I can pretty much guarantee you that a bar mixed with like defense themes and stuff like that, that's gonna probably, and it's in DC, by the way, that's going to attract some possibly top U.S. leadership to probably go hang out there. If y'all catch my drift, I have a feeling that some people that are very fond of the drink, some might say a devil for the drink, might end up showing up and hanging out there. I heard they have kegs of beer inside of that location, so it might lure in some defense officials, possibly.
You know, that I heard, Matthew, that the bartender there, his name is Seth. He really is fond of the kegs, I wonder if anyone's going to be hanging around there getting a pint to drink, I wonder if anyone's going to get accidentally invited to his signal chat sometime, Really curious on that one. But moving on from that and towards Konstantinivka, we also got to see the Ukrainians capturing some Russian soldiers today. Oh, muting that. Also, by the way, folks, this looks like the summer. This might be archival footage, by the way. Actually, this is the... Oh, get him! This is archival footage from the summer. But they're clearing them out quite nicely.
Honestly, I'd love to go have a beverage at that new monitoring the situation bar personally.
You know, I can already see, Matthew, that there's going to be some fairly, like, I can already see this, folks. There's going to be some people from the military that go in there, and there's going to be, like, these fairly attractive-looking, like, women from places, you know, they look like maybe Iranian or Chinese, and they're going to be laughing, so, oh, you're so funny, soldier, man. Now tell me, what's the climb rate of an F-35? You know, just curious. Like, you know, it's like...
Man, I already saw, like, the Intel baddies are going to hang out there at that location. I already saw that. They're planning a event there for the Intel baddies in DC to go hang out at the bar. Honestly, that seems like it could be a bad idea for a lot of reasons. Like, could you imagine that you joke about it, but at the same time, it's like, I would imagine that might be some spot that, like, some folks would, like, you know, some intel gathering intent might also want to hang out at, possibly. So, I don't know. Like, you know, beer, security clearances, and stuff like that don't mix very well. And especially when women jump in the mix as well. That's definitely not a good combo. Those three things right there in one setting. That's not good.
You know, I'm going to find that quite peculiar if you go in there and all of the women seem to be basically straight up models, and they all happen to have foreign accents slightly. You know, if they all happen to kind of fall in that category, I'm going to be thinking, this seems like a honeypot trap here. Like, there's literally an endless amount of them. Oh, and we can see them continuing to clear out these Russian bunkers. They're really working hard.
Man, I could see it. I could see it right now. Could you imagine those macho dudes that are trying to impress the ladies and stuff like that? There's a lot of macho dudes lurking around right now. I'm telling you, they get a little bit of that drink in the system. You know, decent looking lady walks up, starts yapping. Oh Lord, like that. Oh my goodness. Better keep sharp eyes on that location. I tell you what, they better have some counter intel people lurking around.
I think you know what they need to do. They need to just say anyone who's currently serving or is a contractor with the Department of Defense is not allowed to go there. I think that's what they need to just say already, because that it seems like a security hell, basically, in my opinion. Like, probably not a good idea to let anyone currently serving or currently involved in work for the armed forces to go there whatsoever. It ought to be a no-go zone like New Orleans, but New Orleans isn't a no-go zone because it's a security risk. It's a no-go zone because a lot of soldiers seem to lose their lives in New Orleans or get beat to hell, so generally they tell them not to go there anymore. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get on up towards Huilapal, where we were able to see the Russians getting absolutely schmacked today by the Ukrainian armed forces.
I guarantee you somebody's writing that down right now. They're probably like, on tomorrow's schedule, place counter intel people by the monitoring place. It's like probably not a bad idea.
Honestly, that's a great idea. Oh man, I can only imagine the stupid crap we're going to be hearing from there. Some warrant officer went and told some Chinese lady exactly how the AGM-114 works in all of its details. It's going to be like, damn, it's going to be like, this is going to become a huge security issue in the middle of Washington. Like, I'm not going to lie, folks. Not a great idea. Like, it's cool, I will admit, but for the military, this is going to be a hell zone, basically.
You know, that's the number one way that I've heard about, like, when it comes to, like, breaches of, like, security information for the United States. It's almost always, no offense, but it's almost always a dude trying to impress somebody. They're either trying to be a macho man, they're trying to impress their buddies by saying, oh, look at what I know. Or it's an attractive woman comes up or something, and they're trying to impress the woman that walked up. It's always something like that, and it's always getting people in some serious hot water. Like for example, you know, there was a little Discord server out there a little while back that got a little bit of attention too. It was another person trying to impress folks, and it ended up going pretty stupid.
Oh yes, the legend of Thug Shaker Central. like yes, I remember that.
Thug Shaker Central. I tell you, damn, what a way.
Man, what a name. You know, that's kind of like man, when that whole Watergate thing thing happened and the whistleblower used like the code name Deep Throat. Like, you know, it's kind of that same thing. Like, that was legit. Pull it up, man. Go Google it. Like the whistleblower code name for Watergate. And that was literally all in like the major papers in the 70s. You know, and back then news was a very serious business. And they were literally writing articles that were saying like, who is Deep Throat? And like, in all seriousness, because that's the code name that was used, it's kind of the same thing with Thug Shaker Central. It sounds so stupid. You really don't even want to say it because it's like, that just sounds dumb.
How did he get that name? Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. Never mind. I don't know if I want to know.
Do you want to know?
No, actually, let me scrap that. Let me scrap that. I'll get that answer later.
Man, that guy was good at getting secrets. Super secrets. But anyways, we were able to see the Strela 10 getting knocked out. Also, by the way, folks, it's actually not like any like innuendo reason why he got the name. It was just for some reason the random name I think the reporter picked for the guy. Because he thought it wasn't going to be too big of a story, and then it turned into a big deal, and then that was the name for the dude. I think that's how it went. I'm not really sure. But anyways, moving on from that, it's time for us to move on out of the southern front, down in Zaporizhia. And actually, funnily enough, folks, that is the end of our news for the day. I think y'all can see why I was having to start getting a lot faster there at the end, because there was a lot of news to cover in very little time. It took us about 2.5 hours to cover this news tonight, but we are massively appreciative of each and every one of y'all watching. We hope y'all have enjoyed greatly, because it is an honor for us to put on this news every day and to cover it for all of y'all. And I gotta say a humongous thanks to all of y'all so much once again for enjoying this news so far. And we're about to be getting on to the question segment where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy folks, is it going to be a blast. We're going to be able to talk about literally anything and everything except religion, politics, climate change, and whether the A-10's relevant in modern warfare or not. But Matthew, please take it away. What do we got?
Okay, so I was also trying to do some research on that question I just asked right here, but there doesn't appear to be a clear answer. Either maybe people are possibly scared to write the answer. Oh, actually, there's the answer right there. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. Well, anyways, we're going to move on from that. We're going to move on from that.
Wait a minute. What more will you find? Wait a minute.
There's actually a reason why they gave that guy that name, actually, and we are not discussing that on the air, definitely not. But anyways, though, moving on from that and moving on to our questions, our super chats, live chats, and Morse code decoders of the stream, we do have, of course, our first super chat right here. This one goes to Trison34, who puts in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, Trison, for that 50. We do appreciate that very, very much. I said, I keep seeing build a canal through UAE, build a canal through UAE. There's a mountain range there. Shake your head, people.
And I got to thank you so much for the support. And that is true. There is a mountain range there. And mountain ranges are tough to build canals through. They're kind of tough to build anything. And I got to thank you so much for sharing that and pointing that out to everyone. Because it always seems like that would be just easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Reality is, it's not. It's very tough. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that it's addressed that well. And Matthew, I got to say, do we have Bobbies?
Yeah, it's coming up next.
Oh, good. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. With that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from none other than Bobby, also known as LC39A. And thank you very much, Bobby, for that very generous $100 support. And that is the largest one of the night. And Bobby said, high unemployment equals more military troops available.
Oh, you're right. And you know something that is absolutely sad, folks? I saw an online ad for the Army 2 days ago, and it was so sad, Matthew. You know what it was?
Get college free, get a Camaro, possibly Mustang. What was it?
Pay off your student debt by joining the Army. I was like, oh my, I was like, that's a new one. Like, they hadn't done that one yet. Like, generally it was always like, get your college paid for through the Army, or, you know, advance yourself and become a better person by getting into the military. Now they're saying to all the people who went to college and are getting no jobs because AI is basically replacing them, then they're like, pay off your student debt by joining the armed forces. I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, folks. I really kind of hate the approach that's taken these days, because if y'all have heard some arguments, debates in the Congress about this kind of stuff, like there's an actual debate in the Congress that we shouldn't improve the economic condition of the country, because how in the world is the military supposed to recruit people if they're not in destitute conditions? And I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, But that's how we recruit people for the military. We basically give them no other choice. It's like, that's not really a good take to, have. Like, I found that ridiculous. And like watching, looking at that ad, I was like, man, that is rough. Like, like when the job market is that bad that they're saying go join the military to pay off the student debt for the degree that you got to try and get a job. I mean, like that's tough. But that is true. I mean, the unemployment does lead to more people trying to get jobs in the military, and that's actually something that's very interesting because a lot of people don't know this, but most people who are in the military come from the U.S. Southeast. And a lot of people will wonder why. And I'll tell you all why. The Southeast, while being a lot more economically developed today than it's ever been in history, is still an area that is generally abject and kind of semi-destitute compared to the rest of the country for the abilities to advance oneself through work. Like, say, working for a business, working for yourself and whatnot. And so a lot of people in the Southeast take it as a choice, generally a great option. Really, in the South, it's an amazing option to go join the military to try and climb the social ladder. Because even getting to, say, like a first sergeant in the military, for a lot of people in the South, is a humongous improvement off of just getting or trying to work a normal job in the South, and allows them to have a lot more social mobility that they wouldn't have. And that's something that's very interesting. A lot of people may not know. But still, someone also said, I gotta say this was funny. Someone just said, woke, about me talking about the military trying to, like, here's the thing, like, I don't get that people get, like, people ought to join the military not because it's the only economic option for them. People ought to join the military because they actually have a want or a desire to defend the republic and to actually serve in its interests and its will for the people around the world and here in the United States. That's why you should be joining the armed forces. You shouldn't be joining the armed forces like, a girl from high school that didn't really do that well, so she goes and starts working in like a club or something like that, like that's not really the approach I think we should be taking to having people join the military. But it's also, what does that say about the potential recruit pool? I mean, basically it's basically the lowest of the low, like people who are desperate and have no other choice. And what kind of morale are they going to have? I mean, they were beat down before they got in the military. They don't even want to go to the military. They're only going there because they have to now, because there's no other choice for them. Whether they were failing in high school or, whether they went to college and got a degree, like in, say, in computer science, now they can't get a job. And now they're going to be forced into the military when they don't really want to, and it's their only option. And then they got to stick around there. I mean, that's pretty rough. Like, I think people ought to be joining the military because they feel a desire to serve the nation and to help the citizenry by the common defense of the republic. I think that's what we should be seeing the people join for. And also, I saw the guy say, "I'm joking. I'm sorry. I can't read sarcasm in the text. I'm so sorry about that." But beyond that, though, I'd say it's a tough thing, really.
So it looks like, I was curious. I was like, what are the current specials right now? Because they always offer bonuses for certain MOSs in the Army, and also pretty much every branch of the military does those. Whenever there's a high demand or also a low supply of recruits for a specific job type, they'll put bonuses on it. So I checked the Army's recruitment right now. It looks like the categories with the highest bonuses right now is a Special Forces candidate. I think that's always kind of a thing, because there's not everybody can make it through Special Forces. It's extremely strenuous. If you can make it through that, you are a beast, because they put you through hell to get through that. Right now, a bonus up to $34,000 to be in the Special Forces as a weapons sergeant or just a candidate. It looks like also I'm seeing Cavalry Scout, $16,000 bonus, Diver, $20,000 bonus. Bradley Vehicle System Maintainer gets a $20,000 bonus. Let's see here. I'm trying to see the other ones. It looks like they need a couple of people in fire control. Let's see what the other ones are. A Patriot System Repairer, they need those bad. They got bonuses up to $20,000 for that. Let's see here. Parachute fella is $20,000. Foreign Language Specialist, $20,000. Look at this, Special Forces Intelligence Sergeant, up to $34,000. As you can tell, they're needing people in Special Forces quite bad in that pipeline. We also see Geospatial Engineer, $16,000. Special Forces Communications Sergeant, $34,000. It looks like $34,000 must be the maximum that they offer. Oh, here's one right here. I wouldn't mind this one. Psychological Operations Specialist, $37F, $13,000 bonus. They're not needing those that bad, but you still get a little bonus for that.
Interesting. It's really interesting right there. Any bonuses for the infantry?
I don't see any bonuses for the infantry. I saw a cavalry scout. I think it's like $20,000 bonus for cavalry scout. I think right now. Field artillery recruit 16,000. So
Oh,
no, I don't see infantry.
man, they said, hey, you want to be a cavalry scout? And everybody says, oh, what's that? Well, you make contact with the enemy and, come under fire and you figure out how many of them are, by how many of them are shooting back at you. And then they went, I'm good. It's like, I think I'll just go infantry. Like, honestly, like, I got to say, the cavalry scouts are a very interesting thing, folks, because they're actual on the ground reconnaissance, and they're not like special forces reconnaissance. Like, these guys are basically just, like glowing targets. They show up usually in some sort of a light armored vehicle like a Bradley. Back in the day, it was M113s. And they basically just go out there and make contact by fire and go, oh, look, there's like that many of them out there because we're getting shot at by about that many people. And then they report that back, and they might not make it back, or they might. But that's kind of how like cavalry scouts kind of works. So I guess they're trying to get people to fill those roles because I don't really think a lot of people choose them. But anyways,
I tell you, have you seen the psyop, the army psyop, like little commercial they did? They did a fantastic. Like, I'll admit, like it got
where
me
is it?
like intrigued a little bit. I don't think we can show it, sadly, but it was from the U.S. Army Fourth Psychological Operations Group, and it was. I think it was called Ghost in the Machine or something like that. It was really cool. Like, I'll admit, like, I like the whole psyops thing. The psyops people, they must be good at their jobs. They do a pretty damn good job when it comes to recruitment videos for the most part. Like, if they can do that type of number on me, I wouldn't even consider joining the army personally. I got a very good position right here. So I was thinking, that don't look too bad right there. I kind of want to be a ghost in the machine, as they say.
Let's see here. Is it from the Fourth Psychological Operations Group?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, can we show it? Because if it's made by the Department of the Army, I mean, we should be able to show it.
I don't know. Like, you may be able to show it. I don't know if the music in it is going to cause a problem. That's the problem.
Let's see here. Do they have a copyright on this thing? Though they don't have a copyright on it. I mean, they might have a license for it, but I mean, we could chance it.
Could chance it. Let me see if there's any type of. I don't see. Let me listen to it for a second. Let me make sure the music's okay. Give me just a second. Stall.
All right, and so we're going to stall while Matthew tries to figure out if we can show that to y'all with the audio. Because, I mean, if we're going to show something, I mean, we might as well show something interesting, right, folks?
Ah, no, I can't show it. Sadly, the music right there. We can't do it.
Oh, well, we could show it muted, right? We could do that.
Yeah, you could do that, but it's just, you really don't get the full effect without the music or the sound or the audio behind it because there's some folks speaking in it.
Well, I mean, we could, let's see, pretend to be weak, that he may grow arrogant. Man, I mean, I think some people in the administration need to listen to that one. I mean, man. I mean, honestly. Oh, bro, they got little blood. Bro, he busting it down. Have you ever wondered? Like, bro, honestly, this is kind of comical with no audio. Have you ever wondered if average video of Southeast Asia? Wow, this is like legitimately like I forgot the city in Southeast Asia. Who's pulling the strings? No, yeah, I do. Who is it? It's the pine trees. Like, it's the freaking forest.
Something's telling me we better stop it here. I don't know why.
Bruh, it's just a little spooky fella, bruh. Don't be scared like that.
No, I'm not saying there's nothing bad in it. It's just I don't know about the copyright issue.
Well, I mean, it was interesting, though. It was interesting. But anyways, with that, I guess we got to stop it there, folks. I mean, it is what it is. But I do thank you massively for the support once again, Bobby, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I suppose that is true to an extent. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So with that, we are moving into our next super chat, which goes to none other than, guess who? It's going to go to Sligoy the Sauce. He puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Sligoy, for that support. I say, I remember telling you 2 weeks ago that we should just walk and let them mine the strait. You laughed. And here we are, LOL. Fun times. I had the oil markets are separating into spheres and have different prices per barrel. I don't know how true, though.
That's not true at all. I mean, there's no way to do that actually. Is like to just completely start striating the oil markets into different regions. But I do think for support, and generally it wouldn't be a smart idea to walk away because that could lead to catastrophic results. It's already going badly with us doing everything we can to try and mitigate it. If we walk off, it's going to be far worse. So big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Fred Freeman. And thank you very much, Fred, as well, for that $50 support. He said, problem solved. Using 2026 cost trends, building a 750-mile, 48-inch oil pipeline over level ground with permits already in place is estimated to cost between $6 billion and $9 billion and take 18 months. Kuwait to Jeddah, 7 MB/D, less for a gas line. In 18 months, Fred, if we're still in this position, we might be cooked if it takes 18 months. That's an eternity in this current circumstance. It sounds like a good idea, but I think 18 months, well over a year, that might be a long time to wait. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, that would be so long. I mean, whatever would have completely destroyed us economically if it would have happened and passed by that point. So then the pipeline wouldn't be needed. And also on top of that, Kuwait would have to build it along with Saudi Arabia. And then also there'd be a lot of sovereignty concerns from Kuwait's end about the Saudis and what they might do afterwards. So big thanks to you for support. But sadly, I think that just with how long that would take, it wouldn't really be possible at this point in time. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Arar983, and thank you very much, Arar, as well, for that $20 support. And they said, establishing an enforcer savings fund for the coming recession. LSA.
I hope not. Big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And hopefully we don't have to see that a recession happens. Hopefully not. I hope that our elected officials are very competent and forward-thinking, and instead of just sitting there and saying shit, they actually do stuff that would be quite beneficial to the U.S. public and the citizenry. But I dare not say any more, because there's about to be a whole group of people who take that as attacking their golden boy, and then they're going to get very angry. Even if it wasn't meant that way, they're going to take it that way, because they look to get offended at everything. They're really snowflakes, you know? Like, all the political people are really snowflakes, you know? Like, they're special, each and every one of them, and touching them, oh, it's fragile, real fragile. But a big thing.
Well, get this in the meantime. This just came out. Mainland China says Taiwan can ease the Iran energy supply anxiety with peaceful reunification.
No way.
Yes, I'm not joking. They actually said that.
Oh no! The Middle Eastern oil markets are collapsing. If only there was a little island that could join us. Like, it's like, what the hell are they talking about?
Oh man, they said we will make Taiwan an offer that they cannot refuse.
They'll refuse it.
That's a strange way to word that.
Man, that'd be like America going, oh no, oh, Russia went to war in Europe. Oh man, it'd be a shame if we could get some nice tequila from Mexico. It's like, what does it have to do with that? It's like, that makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. Like, none. But anyways. Enough of that, folks. Enough of that. Oh, Briaga. With that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right, so moving into our next one here, after that bombshell right there, and also a little bit of taunting by China toward Taiwan. As you can tell, there's a little bit of an underlying beef there. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Backyard UAP, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, Backyard UAP, for that support. He said, thanks for the hard work, the best place for honest news. And take one from the chat.
Thank you so much for the support and enjoying our honest news. We try our hardest here. And a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel keep on running. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. And so a big thanks to you for the support. And before we get that, I saw someone ask if YouTube is restricting the First Amendment. No. The First Amendment is as far as the government is concerned. And I think people need to really kind of like learn about that a little bit. I'm not saying that like in a demeaning way, but it's something that's a little bit important. Like, there's a very big difference between a public space and the kind of protections that you have versus something that's private. And YouTube is private. YouTube is not a government institution run by the US government, meaning that YouTube has no obligation to allow you an unlimited freedom of speech like the US government would. Now, if you're in a public park or something in a city and you want to just shout out whatever you wanted, I mean, no matter how offensive it is or how just absolutely heinous it is, technically you can do that. But on a place like YouTube, you can't, because it's not a public institution operated by any form of a government. It's a private institution run by shareholders and a board of directors as a for-profit business. And that's also the same thing here on this channel. This channel has no legal, I guess you could say, legal responsibility to uphold the First Amendment, because we're a private YouTube channel, and generally we can set our own rules as well. So, I mean, generally, like, as far as people always saying, like, someone's trampling on your First Amendment, private institutions have no responsibility to protect your freedom of speech. The government does, but they don't. So I just want to make that really clear really quickly. But with that, let's get that live chat, Matthew. What do we got here?
The live chat question on our backyard UAP goes to T Texas. He said the Jones Act is a complex issue, and what are your thoughts? So I did a little bit of research on the Jones Act. The people that are generally going to be pissed off by the fact that Jones Act has been suspended, temporarily speaking at least, are going to be the folks that do the shipping. They're going to be the ones that are angry about that, because the Jones Act basically created a monopoly where only U.S.-based shipping companies could transport critical commodities to and from the United States. That's basically what that created. So now that it's been suspended, now it's opened up the market wide open to pretty much any shipping company can bring in stuff in and out of the country, like oil, commodities like that, energy, etc. They were considered vital to national security. So I doubt the merchant marines are going to like it. But I think for the temporary solution, honestly, I really can't hate too much on that move right there, because it is a reasonable solution to temporarily try to fix the problem, or at least in the short term. It's like a band-aid on the situation, basically. And it seems like a decent move as long as it's temporary. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I'd have to say it's a little complex. It's good in some ways and bad in other. For our overseas territories, this is a blessing. And for places like Hawaii and Alaska, this is great news, because it makes everything a lot cheaper there, because the Jones Act is almost like a tariff to those territories, because really the way that they can get their cargo only is by getting it from another U.S. port, which means they have to go through a Jones Act company, basically, to be able to get their goods, which means that it costs a lot more. On the other hand, though, speaking about this on the entirety of the national economy, just to give you all some information from AmericanMaritimeVoices.org, the Jones Act alone has pretty much created an entire economic bubble that supports 650,000 jobs, which pretty much only exist because of the Jones Act. If it wasn't for the Jones Act, these jobs, which are American jobs given out by American companies that operate American-owned ships to travel between American ports, wouldn't exist. A lot of these jobs would be held in foreign countries by foreigners and foreign nations, and we would be seeing that a lot of these people would be out of a job. And not only that, it creates about $154 billion in annual economic output, which is a significant margin. I mean, if I was to tell you all how many people worked in the railroads in this country, I think there's only about 70-something thousand to 90,000 people these days, which keep the nation's railroads running from top to bottom. That's it. The Jones Act employs a humongous number of people in the U.S.'s logistical workforce just because of how that bubble works by the Jones Act. So in a way, it's great for our overseas territories. Like, they're going to be very happy about this for the 60-day waiver that's going to exist. But for the larger economic impact, it might not be that great, because we could see that if this stay ends up going on for longer than 60 days, and maybe even ends up becoming permanent, and the Jones Act for some reason becomes rescinded because of the pressures that we're seeing right now, this could end up seeing that 650,000 more American jobs could be slashed, and about $154 billion in revenue that's produced from this basically internalized bubble of a logistics system that we made because of this act could cease to exist, or could be outsourced to foreign countries. So maybe not the greatest thing as far as trying to keep people employed and having no major impact on the U.S. logistical structure. So I would say the merchant marine, which generally thrives under the Jones Act, would definitely be probably at risk or hurt because of that. And a lot of Americans could be possibly within the realm of losing their jobs in the future because of the suspension of the Jones Act. So, not really the greatest thing by that margin, but good for other reasons for our territories. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. It's kind of a double-edged sword, and I think really depending on whoever you talk to, if you're talking to a Puerto Rican, it's the greatest thing on earth. If you're talking for someone that works in the merchant marine, it's going to be the end of the world for them. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Katarlson, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Katarlson, for that $20 support. They said, does anyone think that, oh dear. I don't know if I can read this right here. I don't think I can, actually, because it references a specific person and makes a claim. This one's scaring me. But thank you very much for that support, by the way. Sadly, we can't address that one live on the air for reasons, sadly. But thank you very much for that support. We also have a 20 from Adubos, who said, please, Enforcer, stop sugarcoating what Iran is capable of for your audience. Tell the truth. We, the USA, are in trouble here.
I mean, we tell the truth every night. What are you trying to suggest? We lie? Is that what you're trying to suggest, Adubos? And, I mean, we aren't sugarcoating what they're capable of. They're capable of basically nothing. It's so interesting to me. Like, you know, people listen to the show every day. But then when it comes down to something, it's like nobody listened. It's like, it's interesting to me with that, because I had literally been saying for months leading up to this war, oh, we'll beat the Iranians every day militarily. The only thing that they can really affect us over and really do some damage is the Strait of Hormuz. Matthew, didn't I say that every day for like a month and a half or 2 months leading up to this war?
You said what?
That militarily, we would curb stomp the Iranians every day, but the only way that the Iranians could really hurt us was by blockading the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, yeah, you did say that. I also mentioned that, too.
Yeah, I was specifically saying that, folks. Me personally, not speaking for Matthew here, but just myself. I was personally saying that for 2 months before the war. And you know what people would tell me? Oh, Enforcer, you're bullshitting. You don't know a damn thing. You haven't lived for 30 more years, so clearly you don't know as much as me, people would say. That's no problem. We blow through the Strait of Hormuz in 2 days. No issue at all. And I'd be going, no, it's a big issue because of how this and that works and all this works together. No, bullshit. That's not true. And then the war starts. We curb stomp the Iranians in every single imaginable way that we can, and then they blockade the Strait of Hormuz, and they're literally getting us the only way I said that they could get us. And then people want to come back to the channel, like whether they're new or whether they've been around, and then they want to tell like this stuff like it's new, like we didn't forecast this and we didn't expect it and we didn't plan for it. I mean, like on our channel, we had expected that, forecasted and planned it for months. I literally said, like, no joke, I could pull up the audio bite of this, folks. Literally, like, 4 days before this war started, I said, gee, I hope that they really focused and put the Strait of Hormuz in their war planning, because if they didn't, and they're not dealing with that from the first day of the war, we're going to have some pretty significant issues. And then they didn't. And we're having significant issues, and like people want to say like you got to tell them the truth. I've been telling the truth the whole time. It's just that people don't want to hear it because their bias doesn't allow for them to listen and understand what I'm saying. Like I don't work off of like, you know, I love the right or I love the left, so I'm going to sugarcoat everything here and then, you know, downgrade these people over there. It just is what it is. And I was saying that literally for months leading up to this myself personally, and nobody wanted to hear it until it happened, and now we're having to deal with the facts of what that was going to turn into.
Also, I hate to tell you, but this conversation has been being had for 40 plus years. Like they've been talking about Iran's capability of blockading the strait since the 80s. Like this is what's aggravating about it is because people have known about this threat for decades. Like they've known about it for decades, and they've had time to plan for it for decades as well. And it seems like if they had a plan, it didn't work out. But to me, I don't think there necessarily was a good plan. It seems like it was an afterthought.
No, there wasn't a plan. Like, there wasn't a plan because what we know now, folks, and this would make a lot of sense if this is the truth of it, and I'm kind of accepting this as the truth because it's the most reasonable sort of an explanation, is that we said, oh, we need to really focus on that, like the commanders and generals did, and then the president probably said something like, no, don't worry about that. Once we kill Khamenei, the whole government will probably collapse in a couple of days, and they won't even have time to blockade that, so there's no reason in doing anything down there because it won't even be a problem. And then after the Iranian government survived for a couple of days, then they got around to actually blockading the strait, and then that was completely unforeseen and unpredicted probably by someone in the civil administration side of things, because if it was up to the military, that would have been priority number one, because literally in every single piece of literature that the military ever writes about Iran, literally from the Air Force, the Navy, anybody, they always go, the Strait of Hormuz is really the linchpin and the big threat that they pose because they could blockade that, so we would have to take care of that first before anything else. And the fact that that was completely overlooked and we did nothing about that, and we're just starting to do something about it almost 4 weeks in, or pretty much a month in, is telling me that someone made the plan of, you know what, that is a big problem, but we're just going to skip over that because it won't be a big problem because of A, B, and C reasons, which ended up being completely wrong. So that's what I'm assuming. And someone said, speculation, though. Yeah, but it's logical speculation, like the speculation about them closing the Strait of Hormuz before the war, that people just like you were saying back then was nothing but BS, and I was hating on America by saying that something would be a little difficult and something would require some additional attention and focus. So, you know,
I think what people don't realize, like the people, I understand, by the way, if people think that the U.S. will get the situation sorted out, I hope they do. Right now, though, it's just not apparent that the U.S. has it sorted out. So, looking at the worst case scenario, here's the most worst case situation that could happen. If this thing stays closed for 6+ months, we could be looking at oil prices at a minimum of $150 a barrel, all the way up to $300+ a barrel. That's as bad as it can get. So that's the worst case scenario. Also, by the way, the gas prices in America, they could jump up at the minimum. Like I'm talking about like unleaded basic gasoline, like at the lowest at octane, $6 to $10 a gallon. That's how bad it can get as well if it stays like that for 6+ months. Also, not to mention the shock in the stock markets globally that could happen from that. Also, the LNG, which we just saw happen today, which was also considered a worst case scenario that was just struck today. That's going to cause Europe to look for more sources of natural gas because 20% of it comes from the Middle East. And that's a massive portion that's getting knocked out. So they got to find somewhere else. So, the unfortunate part is we're already seeing the consequences from it. Propane prices going through the roof, gas prices are rising. We're also seeing, like, for example, if you tried to book any flights recently, flight prices are already going through the roof because of the prices of aviation fuel. So that's a huge problem as well. So this is the problem. They've actually war gamed this, like I think 10 or 15 years ago. And if this thing is not reopened before the 6-month mark, we're in for probably the worst economic shock that the world's ever seen in the history of the modern economies. That's how bad it's going to be. And this was literally the worst case scenario that we're currently experiencing right now. So hopefully they get it open. That's why it's so imperative to actually get the thing reopened, because it's going to be bad for everybody. Even for the countries like Iran, it's going to be bad for them too. But they'll still do it anyway, and they'll still screw everybody else over just to spite the West.
Also, I saw Who LFG say, but we were expecting the Iranian protesters to rise up, and that's why we were expecting everything to go well. But here's the thing, like, it kills me, folks. And you have a good point in that was their plan, but this is what kills me, is the lack of thinking and sense in the government. When they rose up in mid-January, that was it. They were either going to succeed, or the Iranian government was going to kill a lot of them, and they were going to completely lose their steam and never do that again. And we didn't do anything, and we let them all get killed, and then the rest of them lost the steam and they went home. And after that happened, you can go back and watch the channel back then. I'm not lying about anything I say. I mean, we have the receipts. They're all recorded live shows. You can listen to me say it word for word on air, including Matthew. I said, these people have been killed in the tens of thousands. They've lost their steam and their momentum. They're heavily demoralized. When we move the armed forces in the region now, it's going to be too late, and expecting them to rise up to attempt to overthrow the Iranian government, even with military support at this point, is going to be highly unlikely. And everyone wanted to say back then, and like, it's something ridiculous to me, because I'm not trying to diss on anything. I'm just saying what the common sense sort of an approach would be, saying that, oh, you were desecrating the president of the United States. How dare you? You hate America because you're saying common sense facts, and, trying to work our war planning off of a common understanding that that's going to be the reality. Oh, you're so stupid. Clearly they'll rise up again, because everybody jumps like a dog at the words of the president of the United States. When he says jump, everybody jumps over there. And then we went to bombing them here recently, and we told them, okay, everybody jump, and then none of them did, because the last time we told them to jump, that 40,000 of them got mowed down in the streets, and we did nothing. And I knew that was going to be happening. I said that, frankly, on air when that was happening. And then it happened, and then everyone's like shocked. Like, oh, what do you mean? Like, 40,000 of them died, and they don't want to go back out there again because we didn't have their backs the first time, and they're kind of doubting that we'll have their backs the second time? What the hell's going on here? And it's like, that's not shocking. I mean, like, if you just stop, like, if people would stop looking at everything through political lenses and just look at it through common sense. I mean, if I was in one of those crowds and I watched the IRGC mow everyone down with a machine gun, I wouldn't go back out in the streets again because the U.S. government told me to go out there the first time and everybody died and no one did nothing. Why in the world would I go out there again? Everyone's going to die again and no one's going to do nothing. I mean, that's just learning from a pattern right there. Like that's how it was.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I saw someone in the chat. They said, well, Matt, since you're quoting the gas prices, and like I said, if it gets really bad and it stays closed for months, you'll be looking at $6 to $10 a gallon gasoline for normal octane. If you get premium and you're an unfortunate person that has to buy the higher octane, you're going to be paying even more than that. And for all the transportation companies that need diesel to fuel their semi trucks, they're going to be paying even more because diesel is naturally more expensive. For whatever reason, it costs more to buy diesel. So filling a normal tank of gas in a car is going to be about $120 to $180 fill up, which honestly is most people's monthly gas budget for most people, and just one tank fill up, which might last you a few days to a week possibly, depending on how much you drive. Also, by the way, the groceries, people aren't expecting this, the groceries are going to get noticeably more expensive because you got the fertilizer cost spiking, you have the packaging, which is made of plastic, pretty much everything is now, also becoming more expensive, and obviously the diesel fuel for the trucks is going to go up as well. So you'll be seeing 10 to 25% increases in grocery prices in just a matter of a few months. Like, we're just a couple of months away from that if this Strait of Hormuz blockade keeps up. So it's going to get problematic, to say the least. And also, not to mention the other problems that you got from that, like, for example, utilities, like natural gas prices, electricity, etc. That stuff's going to keep rising as well. And it couldn't come at a worse time. We're already paying insanely high costs for groceries already, and it's coming at a bad time. So, it's just a doozy here. Hopefully they get that Strait reopened. They honestly they need to get it reopened at all costs at this point. Now, obviously, they don't want to put our troops in horrible situations to get it reopened. We don't want to have massive casualties for no reason, but they need to get that thing reopened quick.
Yeah, I'd have to say. Also, someone just said, Enforcer's wrong. The U.S. government and no one else has given the Iranian people the call to rise up and try and overthrow the government. Where have you been? And also, on top of that, I gotta ask this. So, I asked this in the chat. What do you do for a living? Because if it isn't news, and you're not doing this as your full-time job 24/7, how are you going to tell me I'm wrong when we do this as our job 24/7? We literally focus on this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hardly anything gets past us. We saw that happen in the first 3 days of the war. The President of the United States said, the Iranians need to rise up and overthrow the government. And then Netanyahu said, my fellow Iranians, it's time for you to get Burger King. Go and overthrow the Iranian government. And Mossad was on the ground trying to get everybody to get up and going. They're still trying right now. And nobody did. I mean, we've seen the final call. I mean, if you didn't see it, you weren't around to see it. I'm sorry about that, but we saw that about a month ago at this point, and nobody answered that call. And that's why they're still sitting. And also, oh my God. This guy said they're waiting for Reza Pahlavi to tell them to come back out and rise up again. There's literal videos from a month ago, man, where he said that. Like, they're 5 minutes long. Where the hell were you? And I don't care if you say that you're talking to people in Iran and they're waiting for the order. The order's been given. They missed it. Nobody went out there and did anything. Nobody. The president called for it. Pahlavi called for it. The Israelis called for it. The CIA called for it. The Mossad called for it. Pahlavi's opposition guys called for it. Everybody called for it. That was like a month ago, and nobody did anything because they had already been killed in the tens of thousands a month before that, and they weren't going to do it again. So that's why they didn't do it. That wasn't the final call. Yeah, that was just a test, right? Anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Rad Doctor, who puts in a 20. And Rad Doctor said, remember the good old days when we only talked about Russia?
Oh, I remember that. I remember when that was basically the only thing going on in the whole world. That was a crazy time, honestly. I kind of get a kick out of that because we thought that a lot was going on back then. Little do we know these days how much is going on now. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to be a $20 support from none other than Eric Brown, who said, "Who wants to bet those drones are the ones that were stolen from the Army base?"
I wonder. I wouldn't really know, but we'll generally have to see. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from none other than Royal Justin. And thank you very much, Royal Justin, for that support. He said, "I love the great work and the fast real-time news and the much-needed perspective on things. I've been a regular for over a year now, and long live the LOC."
Hey, long live the Lee Spring Army, and I'm glad to hear that you've been enjoying the channel for a year. And I hope that you enjoy it for many more years. We try our best here, and I hope that it shows through every single night. And so a big thanks to you once again for that support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Gary D. Smith, and thank you very much, Gary, as well, for the 20. He said, "If time permits, what is your opinion of the DARPA X-76?
Unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that one at the moment. I wouldn't know enough about that specific system to be able to talk about it a great deal. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Maganael once again, and thank you very much for that support. They said the defeat of Russia should be the priority of the focus. They're easier to be defeated than Iran, and their territories are flat and exposed. And Iran, on the other hand, prepared itself well for this scenario, but Russia didn't.
Generally, a direct confrontation with the Russians wouldn't be that great of an idea because it'll end in all of our destruction because they're nuclear armed as well as us. Iran isn't nuclear armed, so technically it's actually easier to deal with them because they can never give a nuclear response if they start to completely lose. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from DWRB, and thank you very much for that support as well, good sir. He said, "Do we have an A-10 elimination count yet? Bert, LSA."
Sadly not, but I'm sure they're doing great work in Iraq. Oh, I had a Bushism. But big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Joppy, and thank you very much, Joppy, as well, for that support. He said, "I made it, kinda. I just woke up, but I wrote a commentary email to you, Matt, with the start of the title. I keep missing your stream and so on, and please read it when you've got the time." And I did see your email come in, Joppy. I made my way through 20 emails today. I tried to get through 20 of them. Y'all be surprised how many emails that we get. And I respond to every single one of them that comes in. So I got to 20. I'm getting around to yours probably tomorrow, most likely tomorrow. That is the case, because tomorrow's not my video day, so I have some more free time to get to it. So we will read it. But thank you very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you for support, Choppy, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Mary, and thank you, Mary, as well, for that support. They said, "Trying to look at this from a bigger picture perspective, what do you see as the actual upside for the U.S. in this oil environment, even with all the obvious risks?"
Well, I mean, the oil companies will be having a killing, because whenever prices go up, oil companies are doing quite well. But outside of that, it really won't bring a lot of benefit to really everyone else, because it's kind of like saying, like food, like this year is a bad harvest. And so the price of the crops that did make it to harvest are going to be highly up. That's great for the farmers. That's not great for everyone else that's not a farmer, because the farmers will be raking in the dough for once, because they rarely ever do. But everyone else is going to be paying out the wazoo to even be able to try and have a bite to eat for dinner. So for a small group, it'll be good, but generally it's not good for the whole. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well, because, people always want to say, well, it's going to be a good payday for the oil companies, but the thing is, folks, is that none of us are oil executives here on this channel, I'd assume. I mean, maybe we have a couple watching, but for the large number of y'all, one, y'all don't own stocks in an oil company. Two, y'all are not major shareholders on the board of directors of an oil company. Three, y'all are not the executives of an oil company. And four, y'all are going to have to be paying that difference in the rising price. So while they're making money, you're not. And generally, it's great that people make money, but if I go to a car dealership, for an example here, and a car that cost $40,000 yesterday costs $70,000 today, I mean, the car salesman's going to be celebrating because his commission's going to be higher, but I'm not the car salesman. I'm the guy buying the car. So generally, I want that car to be the $40,000 price instead of the $70,000 price. But a huge thanks to you.
Don't buy a new car. What are you doing?
buy a used one. That's the smart thing. Like that
The
is
used
the
car
smart.
market though is all screwed up still. Like it's going to get more screwed up as this situation gets worse because y'all remember during the pandemic, like the used car prices were almost as bad as new car prices, which is weird because used cars are supposed to be less in value than the new cars by a decent margin, but they were actually almost comparable to new vehicles. So for a while there, even if you wanted a car that was secondhand, you were paying crazy values for it. I think it still might kind of be that way in some cases.
Yeah, I actually think it might be. And also, I see some people making this political somehow on all ends. I don't know. I don't know how in the world that happens every single time.
Man, you
anything
got
comes
don't
up.
address the
It's
bots.
so weird. It's so weird though. Is it just still some guy who's been around here for a while turning into some blow? I'm like, how the hell? But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Ty Dobbins, who puts in a 15, and thank you very much, Ty, for that $15 support. He said, "What happened at McGuire and McDill?" Excuse me. He said, "And do you guys think that Iran is plotting a homeland attack?" Oh, and certainly they probably are. Like certainly, it's been concerning. We were talking about that earlier. It's concerning what's happening at the military bases. Very concerning. Luckily, they're catching it. That's a good sign. That they're on their toes. I think the force protection status is what is it, Bravo at this point or something? It's very elevated. The force protection status. So they're on high alert at the bases, and they are catching this stuff. But you know they got to be on high alert. Everybody's gonna be on high alert because these lunatics are out for people. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that generally they're definitely going to be trying to conduct an attack on the homeland. But as far as the situation that happened at the base today, I wouldn't really be able to talk about that a whole lot. It sounds like they found an explosive of some kind, but that's about all I would know. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Urbex Fester. He said, "Do you think that America and our allies could mull the use of special weapons since that could end this quicker, despite any potential consequences?"
If you're speaking about nuclear, no. That should be completely off the table. If a conventional war is just going poorly against a non-nuclear power, there's never a way to justify the use of a nuclear weapon against a non-nuclear power. So a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than, if I can get my spreadsheet to work here, give it just a second. This one is going to go to N3J, but let me make sure here. It's coming up in just a second here. There we go. It's finally working. So we have a $10 super chat from N3J who said, "I'm beginning to fear a ground invasion of some sort is the only real way out of this war while achieving our war goal, though I'm not an expert. And what are your thoughts?"
I think at some point we might have to put some troops on the ground. I don't know to what extent and how much we would really need, but at some point we probably will have to, unfortunately. So I'd say that you're largely correct to some extent. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Pookie, who said, "Let's go, Enforcer Bros." And I skipped some other activities to watch your show.
Oh, well, we're happy to have you here. And I thank you so much for the support and watching this show tonight and helping it to keep on running as well. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Gnostic, who said, "Gotta support the Enforcers. We're working hard every day to provide such quality news for us all. And thank you."
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and really enjoying the show. You're helping us to keep this thing running. We're greatly appreciative. And a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Squamous Targus, who said, "I owe you guys for how much content I get on the regular. It's been a while because I've been saving, but I have continually watched and liked you guys from the first month in. And LSA."
And thank you so much for the kind words and the support and watching us from a month in. And I gotta say that we're greatly appreciative of you being here. Oh, Lordy. We are. I gotta say it's always a wonderful thing to know that folks enjoy this show, and we try our best to put on a good show. I think it's crazy, folks, when we think about it. Like, we have like 20 and 30-minute short war videos that come out every once in a while, and then at a minimum these days it's like 4-hour-long live streams. So I mean, like most YouTube channels, you'd be pretty lucky if they put out a video a week, and that video might be 20 minutes long. And we are absolutely grinding out content on this channel just in the live streams alone. But a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
All right, and moving into our next one here. Also, let me check something. I'm seeing a little rumor spread around. I'm trying to go check and see if something has been deleted here. Nope, it hasn't been deleted. Some people were saying that maybe the president deleted his tweet about Israel, but I still see it. It's still up. But anyways, jumping into our next one, this one goes to Live Animal, who puts in a 10 and said, "Since Europe has nothing to do with Hormuz, as per themselves, the USA walking away from it won't actually hurt any European country. It's a win-win situation."
No, that's not true. Oil prices are dictated globally, so if the Europeans aren't able to buy oil from the Middle East, the price rises, it hurts us. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Waka Waka, who said, do you have time to talk about our savior, the A-10 Warthog, and its relevance in modern-day warfare?
Oh, well, it's a really cool plane, I'll say that. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Decepticon, who said, if Russia's ships reach Cuba and they have a standoff with U.S. naval forces, will we all make it to GTA 6 or no?
I'll be honest with you. I think Armageddon's coming before GTA 6. I think that thing.
Oh, real?
Dude, they're not going to put that thing out until 2500 probably.
I mean, I tell you, I hope we get GTA 6 for Armageddon. I was looking forward to that.
Man, do you remember that clip I showed you, man? That British guy who got arrested for murder. He's like, I'm gonna miss GTA 6 and all that. He said, I'm gonna miss GTA and all that. And then the cop said, which one? And he said, GTA 6. And then the cop said, oh, you go age just for that, bro. You'll be out of prison before that thing comes out. Like,
oh, man. A good reason not to get stabby. Yeah, you got to be out for GTA 6.
Honestly. But still, a big thanks to your support. And honestly, I think everything in the world's going to happen, including the end of the world, before GTA 6 comes out. Because they just keep pushing it back, you know? I heard that they pushed it back again recently. And it's like, oh, hell, it's like, who cares anymore? Like, honestly, I'll just be honest with y'all. Here's my premise. Like, you can only fake people out about the upcoming release so many times until I get aggravated. They've aggravated me now because they've faked break the release of that like 20 times at this point. I'm not even buying it if it comes out. Even if it's great, I'm not buying it just on the matter of principle. They shouldn't have fake braked everyone like 20-something times or so at this point.
Cap.
Dude, I'm not. Like, I'm legitimately not. Like, it's like... I cannot stand that crap. It's like, if they think that it's going to take some time, don't even give a tentative release date yet until they're guaranteed that it is going to be coming out. And then they've done that 20 times. I don't like that. Like, I feel like that's just like the false marketing hype that they're trying to build up around it, even when they know it's not a releasable state. And I just don't like that stuff. Like, I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
Well, to each their own. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $14 super chat from LOL, WTF, and they're in shock, but thank you very much for that support. They said the Iranian people are waiting for a signal from the revolutionary leader to come out again. They specifically told him not to come out yet, but this will happen within the next 90 days.
Actually, I mean, like, we saw the president say come out. I mean, the Mossad today, we didn't cover this, but the Mossad is down there on the ground going, come on, do something, because they're trying to get
That's the Iranian Kurds, by the way.
Well, yeah, but they're on the ground in Iran, too. I mean, you saw that one as well, right? I mean, that's been coming out for weeks.
I don't know if the I don't know if the Shah or whatever they call him. I don't know if he's necessarily telling them to go out right now. I think he might have told them to get ready, kind of like the Israelis just told them, by the way. But the Mossad is allegedly on the ground in Iraq, trying to tell the Kurds to go and invade. They're trying to coax them into it. But I haven't heard any reports of direct reports saying that Mossad's trying to convince people inside of Iran to do that. I think they've been told to wait.
I mean, we were talking about this a while ago, man. Like, Pahlavi and the president said, it's time to rise up and take the country back. And then we started to talk about it, and I was saying it on air. I was like, why in the world would we be telling them to rise up and take back the country? And the president already made it clear that same day that if they did overthrow the Islamic regime, then the president was just going to install a brand new mullah from the Islamic regime, and then all of their work and effort and sacrifice will be for nothing, basically. And I said, who in the hell is even going to listen to that call to arms and help out with that being the end goal at this point? That makes no sense. I mean, I literally said that on air like a week and a half ago.
Maybe. I can't keep it straight at this point. I remember the Shah fella, he came out a short while ago and was kind of getting angry that, the U.S. didn't come to the aid of the protesters when they came out to the streets. I saw him angry over that. I think after that situation, I think there was largely kind of like a cooling of relations between the U.S. leadership and the Shah after that.
Yeah, also, I saw someone say, but then they said they should lay low for a while until they make the next call. But that's kind of like a face-saving thing. Like, that's what that is. Because they were basically like, okay, everybody, let's scream if we're excited to go to Disney. And then you put the microphone out there, and then nobody says anything. You go, okay, I guess everyone wasn't ready for that one. So on the next call, let's all scream for Disney. Disney. And then, like, you put the microphone out, and then someone goes, and then you're like, okay. And that's pretty much what that is. They literally all called them up to arms. They didn't come out. And so that was what it was. They're not going to be coming out at any point at this point because they didn't come out the first time. Their morale is only going to be decreasing over time, and they're not going to be coming out a second time.
Yeah, they're not coming out, but I think another fella in Iran might be coming out.
Mojtaba? Like, is that you?
Dear.
Like,
Oh man, the CIA said we have the goods, we have the meats, and it turns out they had the meats. It sounds like, or at least a particular fella in Iran might have.
man, you know, I actually heard, Matthew, there was a little story that came out of the presidential palace that while Khamenei was out there in the meeting room, the only reason that Mujtaba survived is because he was in a smaller room nearby where they put clothes and shoes and stuff. I heard very lucky that he was there, you know, because if he wasn't there, I mean, it would have been nasty. I mean, he probably would have been taken out as well. But you know, that's what I just heard, folks. That was the rumors. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $10 super chat from John Tango, and thank you very much, John, for that 10. He said, "Thanks for all the hard work, and I hate Mondays."
Oh, and I thank you so much for the support. And I hate to make people hate Mondays more because we're not on air on those days, you know. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Craig Jones, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Craig, as well, for that support. He said, "Enforcer Food Fund, help me out. Let's buy these brothers dinner at a good restaurant every now and then."
Oh, thank
and
you.
I'm okay, Craig, with the rotisserie chicken. I'm okay with that. I'll take my bag of rotisserie. Now, here, like I've said before, the sign of bad economic trouble, if the Costco chicken becomes more than $5, I'm gonna have a fit. I'm gonna have to have a moment here on the air to rant. That will buy me one rant if the Costco chicken becomes more than $5. But Enforcer, what say you?
Those Gen Z kids splurging on healthy gut juices and chicken. It's like, what idiot?
Those bastards, they want to be
article?
healthy. They should eat the product and shut their mouth.
Look at these stupid guys not wanting to eat the same McDonald's slop that the CEO won't even eat. It's like, and just look at this product. Look at this. Takes the tiniest bite that he possibly can of the burger that he's supposed to be selling. And it's like, you know, that's not really a good sales pitch for, you know, the burger that you're trying to sell. But anyways, beyond that, I do thank you for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Someone said, we're going to be shelling out $100 bills soon for those Costco chickens. I hope not. If we started eating, hopefully it don't become like Russia eventually, you know, where it's like, if you go buy like a hamburger at the hamburger shack or something like that, it's like, that'll be 1,500 rubles. So like, oh, yeah, here's 1,500 for that burger. It's like, hopefully it doesn't get like that. I don't think it will, by the way, like in all seriousness, but you know, there's concerns there, people. I mean, people want to eat. No, they don't want to starve, like naturally. But anyways, jumping into our next one, this one goes to none other than Craig Jones once again, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Craig, for that support. He said, "Do you think the United States has the capability alone to open the Strait of Hormuz?"
Yes, it just will take some time and effort. They were supposed to do that on day one when they was generally caught off guard by an attack, you know. But it is what it is now. They got to work with what they got, and we can definitely do it. It's just taking some time, sees. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that it addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have an 8 from Luke Stewart. He said, on the bright side, if we do get rid of Iran, the government that is, there's no point in having to keep protecting and giving money to Israel.
You know, that is kind of true. Because what threats and adversaries would they have in the region? You know, it's a cost-saving measure, long-term, I suppose. And, you know, the Israelis also said they wanted to be completely weapons dependent from us in 10 years. So we might as well help them out and make them weapons independent here in 2. 2 years. Maybe that's a good timetable. Who knows? But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that addressed that well. Matthew, I heard your lips opening in the microphone. Were you trying to say something there?
Hey, yo.
I there it was again, right there at the end. You went, "Hey yo," I was like, "What the hell?" I was like,
my mic is literally off. Like when I got into talking.
Maybe that's the sound of it muting or something. I don't know. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Slagoy the Sauce, who put in a 5, and thank you for that support. They said Brent and WTI are splitting. It is the different prices per barrel per region.
I would say, that's not necessarily true, unfortunately. You know, the oil prices are dictated globally. Because if I type up, let's see here, let me type this up: crude oil price Europe.
Are you understanding the question on that? Because I'm not sure what he means by splitting.
Well, I believe he means that like the global market, which is like the commodity trade on the futures of oil, is splitting into regional like divisions where the price is different in each area. That's just not true. Like it's a global set standard price. So
What is the difference between Brent and WTI? What is the actual difference?
I don't know what the difference between those two are, but they're globally like set. Like it's the same in every region of the world.
Let's see here. How is Brent crude priced? Let's see here. So let's see here. Brent crude. Let's see here. Blah 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 blah. Come on, is there like a simple answer to this? Like I don't want the whole history, by the
So
way.
WTI
It
is
says,
lighter and sweeter than Brent, but Brent often trades at a premium due to easier waterborne transport and global demand.
so yeah, it says here. So actually, Slagoy the sauce is right. Actually, Brent crude refers to specifically the futures, and it's referred to as a classification of. Let's see here. Blah 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 blah. Blah. Let's see here. The North Sea, and it's saying here. Where was it? Hold on a second. I missed the spot where I was just reading it. So it's based around the North Sea and Northwest Europe. That's Brent. And WTI is something else. Let's see here. WTI crude. How is that priced? WTI crude. Blah, 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 blah. Well, they don't make it simple to find this information, do they? West Texas Intermediate is apparently what that stands for. So it's referring to. So no, actually, Slagoy is actually correct. It does appear to be largely separate regionally. It's not necessarily completely detached, but it is different.
Well, yeah, but if someone wants to buy WTI oil, it's not like that price is different from each corner of the world. It's the same set price. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like, Brent crude is trading differently in Europe than it is in Asia. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, that's not happening. Because, it's like, sure, maybe different qualities of oil are trading at different prices per barrel, but that's not being regionalized to where the same quality product of the same type is a different price in Europe versus America. Like WTI crude here is the same price here as it would be in Europe versus Brent, same price in Europe as it would be here in America.
Yeah, I mean that's generally correct, but the two different versions of it. I'll be honest, I didn't know this. This is news to me. Apparently, West Texas Intermediate, which is what WTI stands for, it is pricing a different region of oil than Brent. Brent is pricing a different region oil, but it is the same price. If you're trading in that market, though, for WTI or Brent, you're paying the same price no matter where you're trading it, but you are trading in a different region of oil when you buy into each one of those types of markets.
Well, yeah, but I mean, at the same time, though, like it's kind of making it sound like well, it's not that bad because everything's stratifying, so it'll be cheaper here and it's not over there. But if we're trying to buy Brent crude, which if the U.S. is importing oil, we're clearly not buying Texas oil and importing; it's already here, so we're buying from overseas. So that rising price of oil for say normal crude. Well, actually, Brent crude, that's still rising. So, I mean, it's not like a
So
regionalized thing like it sounds like in that super chat.
So it looks like it says here that West Texas Intermediate is considered lighter and sweeter, whatever that means. I'm not sure what it means to have sweeter oil, but I just it's sweet.
It's got more sugar.
But it contains less sulfur. It contains less sulfur than Brent, and it's considerably lighter and sweeter than Dubai or Oman. So I guess Dubai or Oman's got that salty oil, I guess. I'm not sure what it means that oil is sweet or not. That's kind of an interesting way to describe oil, but I'm not, it's like they're not tasting it. So it's like sweet usually describes like, okay, let's see, someone here that is in the oil industry said sweeter means less sulfur. So if that's what sweet equals sulfur content. Interesting terminology, by the way. The oil industry has its own set of terminology for everything, apparently. So that's interesting. Also, by the way, I'm impressed that just so many people know that right off the bat. Like, it's actually impressive. Look at all the people in the chat saying that.
That's pretty cool, actually. Like everyone's like, it means less sulfur, you idiot. Like it's like I don't know that. I thought it meant less sugar. I thought that the sugar content was lower in others. But I mean, to each their own. I mean, I guess if if you're diabetic, I mean, maybe that's a substitute for like insulin or something. I don't know. But beyond that, I would have to say. I mean, like I get that, but the thing with that though, like here's what I'm saying because this is where it's not making sense to me. Like bituminous coal from the Powder River Basin in Wyoming is going to be a different cost than coal mined in the Urals. Like, if you try and buy that coal anywhere in the world, it's going to be a set rate per ton. but it's going to be differently priced if it's from the Urals versus from the Powder River Basin, because it's a different quality of coal. It's a different vein, and it's a higher carbon content in the Powder River Basin than it is over in the Urals. But at the same time, though, if the price of Powder River Basin coal is rising, then it's globally rising. Like, it's like, sure, regionally, that coal is more expensive than the stuff from the Urals. But if anyone's trying to buy that in Europe and they rely, for example, on Powder River Basin coal in Europe, the price is rising for them still, even if it's, a more, I hope you get what I'm saying here, because I'm running out of a way to explain it.
Well, why don't they? If the price of oil is like so high right now, why don't they just sell the? Damn it! I can't get it out without laughing. Oh my gosh! I was queuing up a joke, but sadly the joke's been ruined. I couldn't hold in the laugh.
You gotta
I was about to say.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it, man.
It was so stupid. I was cracking myself up from the stupidity already. But if they're selling the price of oil so high right now, you know how Brent is so expensive and all this stuff, like the oil prices are going berserk. Why don't they just sell it at a lower price? They can just sell it lower, sell it for 50.
Oh, no. Man, that's a pretty good one, actually. That's a pretty good one. Also, I saw someone say coal doesn't require refining. Oh, you little. It actually does. You wouldn't believe that, but it kind of does. Like, coal actually does require some refining to an extent. It's not refining like oil, where you have to send it through a fractionation unit and all that. Or a distillation unit, I mean. But you still have to sort coal. Like, people don't know that, but coal has to be sorted into specific grades, even from the same vein. So there is some actual processing that is involved in coal, a lot like there is with oil. Like, to be entirely honest with you, coal is basically the same industry as the oil industry. It is a fossil fuel industry. It's just that instead of dealing with liquid fuel, they deal with solid fuel. But basically all the processes, like in their most abstract, basic form, they're very similar to each other. And coal does require processing a lot like oil does.
Yeah, and also if they want to bring the price of coal down, instead of trying to like push this whole clean coal thing like they keep trying to push all the time, just sell it dirty and let the people clean it themselves.
Man, just get a little like dust brusher and just start brushing off the coal. Look, it's clean now. Like, it's so clean.
I've seen all those commercials. You know how like those like soap commercials and stuff where they get the little poor ducks out of the like oil spill and stuff like that, and they're like put a little soap on them and stuff like that to clean them up and stuff. Apparently that dish soap cuts through that soap pretty damn good. So you just put a little bit of that Dawn on there and you'll clean that coal right up.
Also, I saw someone say, which one burns hotter? I think it's coal, Gary. I think it's coal that burns hotter than oil. But let's find that out. Let's see. Burning, generally crude oil actually doesn't really burn easily, but burning temperature of crude. And we'll just go with, like, whatever standard sort of a crude they go with. So let's see here. The burning temperature of crude, let's see, has a low flash point ranging from 32 degrees Fahrenheit for light volatile crude to over 140 degrees. And auto ignition temperature exceeds 752 degrees Fahrenheit. Burning temperature, and it's going to be a lot higher for coal, I believe, of coal. So coal burns at a temperature between 1,292 degrees Fahrenheit to 2,372 degrees Fahrenheit. So coal burns at a far higher temperature than oil does. And I was thinking that would naturally be the case because in the steelmaking industry, coal burns at such a high temperature that it's actually capable of melting steel, well, more so iron, which they then use coke, which is baked coal, to then put in with the iron, and then that generally creates steel. It's actually a lot more of a complicated process than that, but that's kind of the basic explanation of it. And so coal burns at a far higher temperature. And like the coal industry is a wildly interesting one. Like I know more about coal actually than I would oil, and I need to really learn a lot more about oil to be entirely honest with you all, because it's a very important and interesting sort of an industry. But coal is just like I'll be honest with y'all. Y'all wouldn't believe how interesting some black rock can be, but it's a wildly interesting one in its applications, its use. Is how it's extracted and all that. Yeah, black rock.
That's real interesting. The more I dug deep into that rabbit hole, I was like, damn, you'd be surprised about black rock.
You know what's interesting, folks, is that the first, just to give you all a fun fact before we move on, because we have a lot of questions left in little time, but here's a fun fact for y'all. Back in the days of Rome, when they didn't really know about coal, because coal is something that kind of was only discovered in the Middle Ages, crazily enough, but there was coal around, but not on the surface often. But in ancient Rome, Rome, they actually believe that coal was actually really neat to use in jewelry, and they polish it up, and they call it jet. Which is also the first time that the word jet was ever used historically. And secondly, they didn't even know that the stuff was actually really flammable, which is kind of crazy. They only found that out in Britain in the Middle Ages for reasons. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right, so our next one goes to none other than Morgan BB. And thank you very much for that $20 support. They said the U.S. military isn't prepared for a long-term ground war in Iran. China and Russia are sure to help them more if the U.S. takes it that far. And the U.S. also doesn't have EU support like they did in Iraq. And glad to see TSA covering it.
And I thank you so much for the support, and I hope that we'll just be able to manage the situation, and hopefully we'll be able to see that the U.S. can do more than we would expect. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Kyle Padell, who said, do you think we'll see a 1970s oil crisis in the modern age? Now, if this Strait of Hormuz stays closed for 6 months or more, we'll be seeing that situation, if not worse, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say we definitely could be seeing it if this keeps going the way it is. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Robert Krogan, who said, good evening, Enforcers and LSA, and take one for the chat, if you please.
And thank you so much for the support, and we will. Matthew, what do we got?
This question goes to none other than Oreo, who said if the population gets armed or just supported enough to topple the Iranian regime, all this would be over. So why is it not happening?
They're just too demoralized to go back out in the streets, basically. So big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Mark Davis, who said, how many leaders does Iran have? And if this happened to the U.S., the line of succession would be wiped out. And also, the U.S. should make Homeland Security.
Generally, the chain of leadership in Iran is about as long as it is here in America. Generally, as long as there's someone alive that's radical and theologically driven enough, there will always be someone leading Iran. That's why taking out the top leader doesn't really actually work in practice, because there's a whole government and a military and a bureaucracy underneath them that they can just promote people from endlessly. So, big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Bob Dobbs. He said, I did not choose to notice. I've been forced to notice.
And I thank you for the support, and that's deep. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Up, who said, are the Gulf states cowardly? What are they waiting for to attack?
Their situation is fairly nuanced, and I think it might be that they are not wanting to attack because they were thinking if they did, the Iranians might bomb their oil industries, and that's now happening anyway. So, I don't really know what their reason is, but I'm sure they probably have some sort of a larger foreign policy reason as to why they're not doing that. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Zala, who said, it sounds like the U.S. is about to make some good money. Number 1 producer, high barrel prices, straight closed, U.S. ships uninterrupted. Now, I'm not sure what the reality that is, but I don't think that's our reality. But Enforcer, what say you?
I just don't think so. You know, I think those shareholders might be making a lot of money, but we're not shareholders. I'm sorry about that. Sadly, if I was a shareholder, I'd be telling you this is a great thing to say. Great things to say. But I'm not. So it's a bad thing. But a big thanks to you for the support.
Man, if I was a shareholder, I'd be like, here, hold this bag for me.
Man, I'll be like, here you go. Hold this difference.
Oh. And then the people are saying, look, the damn shareholders left me holding the bag. Literally, I'm sitting here holding a bag.
I love how, man, I got to say, I love how everyone wanted the cheap groceries and gas, and now we're like, oh, Briaga. Now the shareholders get to screw us over and make an extra $1. Oh, Briaga. It's like, where in the world did that happen?
Man, I tell you what, if these oil prices keep going up, we'll all be going to McDonald's telling them, hey, let me get a Big Mac, hold the meat.
Man, you know, before long, man, we're going to be going around going, spare change, blam. Man, but anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from James G. And thank you, James, for that support. He said, what will it take for Gulf states or Azerbaijan to actually attack Iran? And it makes no sense that they do not. Iran has no real air defense now.
I just don't know. I don't know. It's beyond me as well. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Star, and thank you, Star, for that 10. He said, I'm just glad that we didn't bully our allies with tariffs, insult their countries and leaders, or say that we don't need them to be successful. Otherwise, we might not receive any help in the Strait.
Oh, he's hitting close to home. Oh, boy. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on the next one.
We Also have a 5 from Mr. Light Rail. He said, so it's okay for Ukraine to hit Russian oil and gas, but it's verboten for Israel to hit Iran? Well, the problem is, though, there's nothing more the Russians can do to Ukraine. They've already invaded the country. So, I mean, there's nothing more that Russia could really ramp up. And also, Russia's not going to start a nuclear exchange over the oil and gas getting hit. That would be crazy, even for Russia. So it's different with Iran. Iran still had leverage, and Israel basically gave them the excuse that Iran needed to start hitting the natural gas infrastructure in the Gulf states. So Israel basically handed Iran exactly what they needed to start attacking. But Enforcer, what say you?
It's a case-by-case basis, Junior. It's a case-by-case basis. You see, the Ukrainians don't produce a lot of oil. So if the Russians tried to hit the Ukrainian oil infrastructure, they're a little bit up the creek. If we hit the Iranians' oil infrastructure, there's a lot of other shit they hit in the Middle East. So if we hit theirs, they can hit ours. And that's why we don't want to touch them. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well, and that's kind of why it's a case-by-case basis sort of a thing there. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from William, and thank you, William, for that support as well. He said, stop looking at countries and politicians and watch the global merchant banks, and you'll understand what's happening. But the problem is, though, how are you watching the global merchant banks? Because it's not like they publish their stuff publicly, to my knowledge. So you're not going to see that in real time. You might see it maybe at the end of the year or something, but you're not going to see it in real time, though. So I'm not totally sure. I'm not totally sure. But Enforcer, what say you?
This guy just said, watch the money lenders. It's like, I mean, like, it's like, I mean, I wish I could, but, they keep that stuff generally under wraps, for, company reasons and all. But big thanks to you for the support, and how about the shout and keep on running with that. We're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, you heard the U.S. is mulling changing the quarterly earnings report requirements for the companies in the United States. Do you know what that is, by the way?
I think so, but tell me more about it.
Well, quarterly, I believe it's quarterly. U.S. companies have to make an earnings report, which is usually a big deal. Like investors and companies, they want to hear the earnings report because they want to know how well the company is doing. So that way they know if they want to invest, they want to leave the investment, etc. So they learn about the company that way. They get a little bit of an update from the company's executive about how the company is actually doing. So they're thinking about changing the quarterly earnings requirement to only, I believe it's 2 times a year instead of 4 times a year. If that's correct, I have that understanding correct. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. So to me, that indicates something not good. If you're trying to change the earnings report, that might indicate that you don't want bad news getting out there about how companies are not doing too great in the current economy, and that might be why they're thinking about changing it, possibly.
Man, it's kind of like how they did the employment reports as well, where they just stopped reporting after a point. Kind of similar.
Yeah, I'm like, the report will eventually come out. It's like, and also, by the way, it's like, who's that helping? It's helping the companies. It's not helping the normal everyday consumer investor. It's certainly not. It's going to hurt the poor folks that are actually investing their hard-earned cash in the situation. So it's always about protecting the shareholder. Well, not really the shareholder. It's more about protecting the executives and sort of screw everybody else, it seems like these days. But anyways, we have a 5 from Root. And thank you very much, Root, for that support. Huh?
I'm just laughing, man, the way you moved on from that. It's like it's benefiting the shareholders. Moving on. Like, it's like, man, like he was quick with that one. Damn, but go ahead.
Man, I'll tell you what, capitalize, profit, cash, margin, etc.
It's kinda,
bottom line.
It's kind of interesting, Matthew, the way this whole thing is working out. Like the president, he's a real top 1%. And everything that he's doing seems to kind of be insulating that top 1%. Really interesting.
I tell you what, it's like there's a club and you're not in it. But anyways,
wait, hang on, hold on. We got to get that Jeff Bezos. Oh,
hey, Jeff Bezos, look at him right there building those rockets that look kind of sus. But we also have a 5 from Root, who said the U.S. gives $3.5 billion in coupons, which is not even close to the Israel military budget. Stop talking bull. Hey, man. Hey. He said Israel bought from the U.S. out of pocket, $55 billion in 2025. Now, but you can't deny, though, that I'm not sure what the argument is here. I mean, the U.S. gives a hell of a lot of support to Israel, so I'm not sure if you're trying to downplay the support we're giving. I mean, that's billions of our taxpayer dollars that's going to Israel, so I mean, I don't look at it as a small issue. But Enforcer, what say you?
We're not downplaying it. It's something that really happens. And I know that a lot of people, when they hear someone criticize Israel, they just immediately go to, why are you hating on them? And it's not hating on them, it's being realistic about them. Because we're realistic on all of our other allies. And it's really weird how you can't be on about that on Israel. But beyond that, though, I'm not BSing on them. They get a lot of military support from us.
And also another thing is you know, as far as military allies go, I haven't really seen a lot of U.S. politicians, you know, talking about how we're going to lay down our lives for Britain, you know, or Germany or Poland or something. I see them say that about that country in particular. So I think that they get a lot more military support from us as the United States than most other countries in the world are ever even perceived to be owed. And as far as it goes with Israel, I mean, like, as far as, like, people, like, because people are always talking about, oh, the Europeans do nothing for us. I mean, I'll be honest with y'all. I mean, like, Israel's in the same boat. I mean, if the Europeans are doing literally nothing for us, what is Israel doing? You know, and it's like, well, the same thing. And, you know, if Europe's doing nothing, then that means they're doing nothing. So they're either doing something, all of them are, or they're doing nothing because they're basically all in the same boat. You know, because, I mean, think about it. Beyond the Israelis fighting Hezbollah and Hamas, which are basically terrorist forces directed at them, what do they really do for us in the Middle East? I mean, you know,
Israel?
Yeah, I mean, like, they don't, like, beyond, like, dealing with Iranian proxy groups that attack them directly, up until right now with the war in Iran, what have they really done for us, like, specifically?
Well, I mean, they're the only ones currently fighting Iran with us right now. Nobody else will do it.
But I mean, are they really fighting Iran with us, considering that when we asked them to do stuff like don't screw us over, they then bomb the Pars field because they want to, and they completely disregard what we want or what we need in the situation? I mean, are they really fighting it with us, or are they fighting it for their own reasons, just side by side with us, but on an entirely different track of thinking?
The way I look at it is this: Israel's helping out, but the problem is, though, like, Israel being such a highly militarized state as it is, they're gung ho. They're too gung ho when it comes to wanting to start wars, start fights, etc. Which has always been a problem with Israel. Which you have to sort of keep them, you know, contained to a certain degree, because while Israel's a formidable force in the Middle East, they tend to get sort of carried away. That's kind of putting it mildly. So, I mean, they're an ally, but they're just like any other ally. Like, occasionally there's got to be some, you know, checks and balances going on and stuff like that. Now, I will say this. I just saw a report that came out a minute ago claiming that the U.S. completely knew that Israel was about to strike that major LNG facility, and they didn't necessarily object to it. That's a report that just came out a minute ago. So I'm not totally sure at this point if the U.S. is trying to maybe backtrack to save face or something, and maybe they did know about the strike and they sort of like kind of gave a wink and kind of said, if you want to go for it, go for it. And now they're trying to save face by saying that Israel kind of messed up. I'm not totally sure what the case is at this point.
You know, I gotta say, this is like the goofiest thing I've ever seen. Like, whenever I bring up, like, there's strategic disparities with Israel that I generally think should be addressed, there's always someone who's like, you hate the Jews, don't you? It's like, how the hell does that even come up in the argument? Because I don't see anyone ever saying you hate the Britons when anyone brings up, hey, you know, it seems like they're kind of like freeloading a little, you know, like, I never see anyone just immediately jump to, you hate the Britons, don't you? You want them all dead. It's like, no, it's like, you know, there's a little bit of issues there. I gotta say that that's really annoying to me, is that whenever we try and bring that up, there's always that crowd. It's like, you know, they're an ally, but still, it has to be a fair arrangement, you know, like, you can't have it in completely one way. But anyways, I can hear Matt, yeah.
Man, like, we don't have time for addressing those bots anymore. We got to get to questions.
But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Vanilla Orange Pop, and thank you very much for that 5. They said you want to tariff your allies and then cause them more hurt by causing an oil crisis and expect to fix it? Go pound sand. But look here though. Remember this. Just like the people tell us all the time, don't blame the Iranian civilian population for the actions of their government. They can't necessarily control exactly what their government's doing. I say that about us too. When there's something, you know, questionable that our government does, don't always blame us, the American people, for it. We know we don't necessarily want, you know, stupid decisions being made in foreign policy occasionally, but occasionally they happen, and unfortunately, it's just a thing. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I'd have to say that's generally true. A big thanks to you for support, and we're on to the next one.
Well, let's have a 5 from Milty, who said, the coast can be secured, but the drones deep in the country with big targets in Hormuz, we can't currently cover those, right?
Generally, we kind of can. As long as anything's within range of air power, we can cover anything. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that I addressed that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jack Ray, who said the Russian State Railway could try to make up the difference by moving cargo 200, but those passengers are always stiffing you on the fare.
I guess so. But a big thanks to you for supporting. With that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Live Animal who said the UK, Canada, and Australia aren't just not helping the U.S. open the Strait of Hormuz, they're in fact helping the IRGC by openly giving their leaders asylum.
Can you read that one again?
He said the UK, Canada, and Australia aren't just not helping the United States open the Strait of Hormuz, they're in fact helping the IRGC by openly giving their leaders asylum.
When have they ever done that? I've never heard about that.
I don't know.
Let me go pull that up because I'm pretty highly doubting that.
Man, he's questioning me like I said it.
Well, I mean, like I was wondering if you had heard anything on it. Let's see.
He was lobbing an accusation my way. He said, "What the hell you mean? I didn't say that."
So this person apparently counts IRGC officials who have defected and have requested asylum in the UK and have been granted asylum as the UK harboring IRGC officials. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, like political circles just come up with whatever the hell they want these days. I mean, like people who have literally defected from the IRGC and are requesting asylum in the UK is very different than the IRGC running a headquarters out of London. Like, big difference. That's like saying, oh my God, look, the United States is harboring communists. Soviet diplomat defected to the United States. Look at these bastards holding these communist leaders in this country, letting them subvert and pervert the American people. It's like, that is really one hell of a jump there. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I must excuse me. I must say it's quite a privilege tonight. We've gotten about $15 or $20 in super chat support tonight from bots that literally hate the channel, but they're helping to keep it running. We appreciate that. That's crazy work. But we also have a 5 from Stephen Owen who said, "Don't you think this is the beginning of World War III? It's too late to stop it."
I don't know at this point. I mean, who knows? It's everyone's guess these days. But a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ben Ehrlich, and thank you very much for that support. He said, "Why not use paratroopers to take Kharg Island? And this would reduce the risk to our ships, and we can easily provide air support given the control. We control the sky."
Well, there's no way to get them out after they're dropped, because if you airdrop them, say, via an airplane, there's no way for them to land because we cratered the airport there. So evac would be pretty difficult at that point. They'd basically be stuck there, and resupply would also have to be done by ship because there is no usable airfield. So then the ships would still be at risk. So big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Morgan BB once again, who said, "Do you think the Kuwaiti F-18 pilot shot down the 3 U.S. F-15s on purpose?
No.
And if so, what are the implications of that event if it comes out to be the case? And also, the U.S. is down about 7 tankers, planes, that is."
No, the F-18 didn't shoot down the Americans on purpose. That was an incident, a friendly fire, an unfortunate one, and luckily no one was lost. And nothing will come out of the incident. Like, friendly fire happens. Like, like a lot of people are with the U.S. is liberty. It's like, yeah, friendly fire happens. Like with the situation in Kuwait, like stuff gets shot at and people die sometimes from it, and it's completely accidental. I mean, if you actually were in the cockpit of that F-18 in that situation, it's a lot more difficult to sparse through the incoming targets, even with friend or foe identifiers, than one would think, especially with dozens of targets in the air and then those F-15s in the mix somewhere out there amongst them. But with that, I hope that does address that well. A big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. This one is going to go to none other than... Wait a minute, hold on a second. Let's see. Hold on. I'm getting a little bit of an interesting report here. So I want to ask something for anybody living in California. Did anybody living near Irvine, California, hear any booms a short while ago, like about 30 minutes ago or so? Let me know if you live in Irvine. I'm sure we got somebody here. We have a lot of viewers that live in California that watch the channel. Let me know. I'm curious. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of this on the channel. So if you did, let me know and tag me in the live chat. But moving into our next one, this one goes to Travis, who puts in a 5. He did not leave a comment, but thank you very much, Travis, for that support. We also have a 5 from Moby Duck, who said the strike landed exactly 350 feet from the reactor. That's intentional precision. That's us.
Well, the Israelis are completely capable of that as well because they're given nothing but U.S. weaponry. So it could be either one, and I would say it's more likely the Israelis than us. But a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Craig Jones, who said, "How long do you think it will take America to catch up with the anti-drone warfare?"
Probably a couple of years, in my opinion. So big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, it looks like we don't really have necessarily anybody that heard the boom. So it's very possible that it could have been like aircraft, possibly, because, you know, sonic booms, people get mistaken with sonic booms and they think it's something that is not. So that could possibly be it. But anyway, so jumping into our next one, this one goes to Fred Freeman, who puts in the 5, who said, Sligoy the sauce. Yeah, the global price effect on domestic prices can easily be mitigated by tariffs or taxes on producers and subsidies to consumers.
Not quite, but we'll see. But a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ulf Hednar, who said, can you do your Carlson impression and the laugh?
You know, I was looking at the Middle East the other day, and I was really curious. Why is Iran shaped like that? But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that was what you were looking for. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Morgan BB once again, who said, do you think they will escalate or de-escalate the conflict, and what do both of those look like generally?
I think they're generally going to be escalating the conflict from here. It'll probably look like significant strikes in pinpoint areas like Hormuz, and the Iranians trying to conduct as much damage as possible before they lose their only leverage that they have at this point. So big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Dan Brooks, who said they got to start rising up slow, like hood roll-bys.
You know, honestly, they about have that saxophone roaring in Tehran. like that saxophone finna be roaring. But big thanks to you for the support and over this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $5 support from Craig Jones, who said, if you hired to open the Strait of Hormuz, how would you attempt that? Sorry for the question.
Clear out all the anti-ship threats, clear out the air defense threats, and then with air cover, conduct naval escorts through the strait. That's how I would try and clear it out. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, Moby Duck said, check out Camp Pendleton for the noise. They're probably conducting live fire. That might be it, actually, because, you know, out here in Salt Lake, when there was like a huge boom that happened out at Dugway, they were testing some munitions or something out there at the Dugway Proving Grounds. Everybody near me was on the neighborhood app talking about, what's happening? Is it the Iranians? It's like, you know, people freak out and go to the worst possible thing. It's like, no, there's an army base over there, and they're like testing stuff, and they're like, you know, testing it out. In fact, I just saw another notification. There's some very scared people around Salt Lake City, like very worried people. Someone wrote, they said, anyone hearing clicking in their walls like termites? That's literally something that somebody wrote in there. So, I think that could be something that you might need to see a psychologist about, possibly. But
they're in the walls. They're in the walls. Like, get called.
Yes, those have gotten on the neighborhood app.
Call Noam. The Iranians are in the walls. They're clicking their way through it. Man, honestly,
like, brother, I don't think termites make a clicking sound on the walls. I think they collapse your house.
Bro, the Iranian termites are in there, inshallah, clicking out Morse code to their brothers in the wall. Y'all wouldn't believe how many times this thing that Matthew's on, like, there'll be like a boom or a pop or something that happens in the city, and literally the first question every time is it Iran? Is it finally happening? It's like, no, dude. It's like, that's not happening. It's not Iran. You're good. It's fine. You're not gonna get blown up today. Like, it's okay. They can't reach us here. But anyway, so we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from What Is Real, who said, did we care about the Iranian people in the 1980s and 90s when we funded Saddam Hussein and sent chemical weapons components?
Oh, well, I mean, it's, well,
we don't like to talk about that. It's a really tough spot in history.
Listen, Saddam had a sick mustache, okay? Like, look, I mean, like, we can all admit that, right? Anyways, I'm just kidding, by the way. But a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 3 from Wapalong Cassidy, who said, Cowboys know better. Wait a minute, what's this mean right here? It seems like an innuendo of some sort right here. I don't know what this means, Wapalong Cassidy. It's right here. I feel like this is an inside joke or some sort right here. I don't know about this right here. Unfortunately, do you see this one right here from Wapalong Cassidy?
I don't know. I thank you for the support, though, and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one, I suppose.
And our next one goes to Dubstep Kid, who puts in a 3, who did not leave a comment. But thank you very much, Dubstep Kid, for that support. We also have a 2 from Albin, and thank you, Albin, as well. We also have a 2 from Militisim, who said unforeseen consequences, Half-Life.
And I gotta thank you so much for supporting that with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next. Also, before we do, someone said, "How you skipping over that?" Well, I'm skipping over it just like that CIA director did on CNN. That one, the X one, the retired CIA director. Remember when the CNN person was like, "Well, we wouldn't overthrow governments, would we?" He was like, 50-50. Like, you remember that, man?
I think it was on Fox. They brought that guy
Oh,
on there, and
yeah.
they were like, so, the U.S. would never meddle in foreign countries' elections, would we? It's like also very naive to say that. And the guy was like, well, maybe if it's in the best interest of America. It's like, I'm like, the guy's probably thinking, well, how stupid of a question is this? Like, obviously, we meddle in other elections. That's the whole job of the CIA is to like make sure we're getting our interest put forth. That's literally the whole job.
Man, like we clearly wouldn't meddle in the interests of foreign nations that are our enemies, would we? Woman, that's our job. Like, it's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Man.
But
Yeah. I've never seen such an honest CIA fellow.
man, honestly, he was just keeping it up front. He was like, yeah. I mean, he was like, we kind of do. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Data Relay, who puts in it too. He said, cigar, and he puts in the Easter Island Stone Man and said, what's his name?
I don't know. But a big thanks to you for
I think they
support.
called him Dum Dum in the movie.
Dum dum, gimme gum gum. But a big thanks to you for support. That was the shout to keep it running. And I wouldn't know. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to We Got That, who puts in a 2. He said, send a decoy ship through the strait.
A decoy ship? How would that work? Would it have to be crewed with people? Is that really a decoy at that point? And what would it do? Just get hit? We already know they're going to get blown up. We just want to know from where, And we could do that with reconnaissance drones, just look around and find where they are and drop a bomb on them. But big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Doggle Ba, and thank you for that $2 support. And he also said freight rail is a disgrace to the U.S. federal takeover.
What the?
Hey, federal. I mean, I would go a step further. Railroads in general, when you like, that's not a good word, by the way. Like railroading, like that's not a good word. When do you ever hear about somebody getting railroaded being a good thing? Like that's usually not a good thing. That's a bad thing. So I mean. Some say the railroads kind of suck. They said the railroads are behind the times. They said they railroad them. That's what they call it. Railroading. They call it hurting the people. That's what they call it. Railroad. They said, we want trains, sir. We want trains. I said, we don't want trains. We want locomotives. That's what they call them. Locomotives. Crazy motives.
Oh, get the hell out of here. But beyond that, I'd have to say, the American freight rail system is actually the most efficient in the world. It legitimately is by every metric. So I don't know how it's a disgrace because American freight rail is literally the greatest on earth in terms of tonnage moved and the efficiency at which it's moved. So I would strongly disagree with that. Like passenger rail, America legitimately is pretty bad at for the most part, mostly across the board. But freight rail is exceptional. Like we do amazing that way. But big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Soravia, who said Army opening for Sharad, air defense missile, etc.
You're talking about a SHORAD? A short?
I think so.
Oh man, the muscles in my neck just like snapped right there. Like I was like trying to do like a little voice, and it just. Good Lord, that hurt. But beyond that, I do thank you for support. And SHORADs have been used for quite a while. But big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Brooke Tiger Girl, and thank you very much for that $2 support. They said logic isn't political, and no need to defend yourselves. And I agree. I don't get into that whole bot thing. Like when people say you don't know what you're talking about, I don't even give them the time of day because that literally feeds them. It's like like they tell you in the national parks, they're like, don't feed the bears. The bears will come back and stuff like that. You don't want the bears to come back. You want them to not come back. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, I'd have to say, you're generally right, but sometimes it's just low hanging fruit. It's low hanging fruit. It's just right there for the picking. And sometimes my brain doesn't work fast enough to really think of a good monologue, and it's easier to just react to what some clown said in the chat, and like it's in there disrespecting my name. So it's kind of easier to come up with that than having to try and come up with an endless monologue sometimes. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Bunsen Rockstone, and thank you very much, Bunsen, for that support. And we also have a 1 from Plazoth and a 1 from Marc-Andre Burnett, and thank you all 3 very much for that support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And it's now time, folks. It is time, of course, to get to our live chat questions on a Morse code. And tonight we had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Her Royal Fluffiness, Coach Cupetary, Siren, Brian. They said the Morse code says, let's hope that we can manage the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, it would be good to see. LLT, LSA.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that then on the nail. That's the Morse code message of the night. I can congratulate y'all greatly for getting that correct time and time again. The least famous Signal Corps never disappoints and always gets the message dead on the nail. Oh, Briaga. And so with that, it is time for us to move on and into all the stuff. Actually, we have one last super chat here. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And Raven Patah, who put in a 10 right there. Honestly, the last part of your name sounds like a Klingon curse word or something like they would say in like Star Trek. Yeah, you Klingon Patah. It's like sounds like something bad that they would say to somebody. But thank you very much, Raven, for that support. They said just to make a point, $10. Anyways, guys, are we close to 1984 yet? I love you guys in LSA. Technically speaking, we're nowhere close to 1984. That was a long time ago. But Enforcer, what say you?
You know, I heard that the president is doing double plus good. Long live the party. Strong and peaceful, wise and brave.
Man, honestly, that feels like what modern politics is these days. Like honestly, it really does feel like that, folks. Because like the blind devotion is insane. Like honestly, I would say, are we close to 1984 yet? That's generally a sliding scale. Because back in 1984, in the year, a lot of people thought they were getting very close to it. And nowadays, it seems like they weren't. But relative to where they were in the 40s, they were. But relative to us now, they weren't. So it's always a sliding scale. But I would generally say, with each passing year, and with how much more ignorant the U.S. public becomes of what its rights are and why it should defend those rights, and it just keeps giving them away wholesale because it's owning the libs or it's owning the MAGA people, the closer we're getting to having just 1984 across the board. I mean, I'll be entirely frank with that. Because a lot of people seem to just kind of take their liberties and rights for granted these days and just throw them away just for a political win, for like the next 3 months or so.
People ought to be more grateful for what we have in this country, like this political system. To complain about it is just, it's so distasteful. How can you complain when our politicians have literally just bought the domain aliens.gov? How can you complain?
Man, I mean, how could you? But let's see. I see some people saying,
what if you end up going to the site like aliens.gov, you click the site and it just goes like a picture of Mark Zuckerberg or something like that? It's like, oh my god, now, this is what I elected these people for.
Man, I mean, honestly, and also here are the people coming around like 1984 is already happening in New York City. No bullshit. You know what was happening in Alabama in 1984? Because you know what was everywhere? The damn police. Like the Alabama is a police state, no joke. The cops are everywhere in that state. You cannot avoid them. And when you get pulled over, now I'm not dissing on all cops in Alabama, but generally my experience, very seldom that I ever had to deal with cops, was generally okay, but most everyone else that I know, if they ever got in a traffic infraction, you just had to pray to God one of them wasn't on a power trip. Now that, to me, kind of seems a little bit like 1984, when instead of, just kind of dealing with the police as it is, which is totally fine, because I'm not against the police, but when police are like on a power trip, you start feeling really uneasy about what they might do, or how far they might take an interaction, like that's when it, like, starts to enter a point of, like, it's like, that's not too great.
Yeah.
But, that's just my 2 cents, But anyways, with that,
We also have one more super chat, which goes to What Is Real, who puts in the 5 and said, if you want to know how they are targeting, look up the military acronym POO. And POI.
Well, I'll have to look into that after the show. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. And with that, folks, it's time for us to get to the live chat questions. Due to major time constraints tonight, we'll only be able to get 3. And then we'll be rounding this thing out for the night. So we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Little Bear, who said, is it my imagination or is Israel deliberately escalating the war with Iran?
Oh, well, you never know. I mean, You never know. I mean, they could be, they couldn't be. You know, it could have just been accidental. You know, it's not like we didn't tell them not to do that like a week and a half ago. But a big thanks to you for this, for the great question. And who knows? We'll have to see. But with that, we're on the second to last question of the night.
And our next one goes to none other than A.F. Kaplan, who said, do you think that the U.S. embargo on Cuba will hold when the Russian ships arrive and try to deliver their fuel?
I'd hope so, because while I don't understand why we're even dealing with Cuba right now, if the blockade doesn't hold, we're losing a lot more face even further, which won't be good for us. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Garth McKenzie. He said, is this a deliberate attempt to cause a world depression, mate? And also otherwise, it just seems plain crazy. Now, you know, there is a theory running around out there. I told Andrew about this just before we went on the air, and I told it to him with all seriousness. I said, what if, because there's a lot of conspiracy theorists saying this, what if the plan is to intentionally cause a global recession to the point where it basically destroys the global economy, so that way they can bring in a brand new financial system of some sort? What if that is the way? But of course, conspiracies are abound, and, you know, conspiracies can run amok. So it's up to the people to decide whether or not that's cray or possibly real. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, we'll have to see. I mean, who knows these days? You know, it seems like, you know, kind of overseeing or not really foreseeing the situation with Hormuz almost seems incompetent to the point of deliverance. But we'll have to see. But it's still, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all so much for watching. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to be able to run the stream for all of y'all. We have been able to see that over the course of the stream, we had a peak viewership of 29,000 people. And I got to tell y'all, folks, that we're wildly appreciative of that amount of people watching the show. Just yesterday, we were number 26 in all of America for the live streams in this country, which is really crazy to see, and we're absolutely honored to know that so many people continue to watch this show and enjoy it. And even more enjoyed it and watched it tonight than last night. We had about 250,000 people here over the course of the stream, and we hope to see you all again tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short video to be made, I will be the one, the Enforcer will, be making the short war video. So with that, we will see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava, long live the Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow on the next nightly War News stream at 10 p.m. Eastern. If there is enough news to cover midday, the Enforcer will be bringing you a little midday update as well to keep y'all up to date and keep y'all well monitoring the situation, of course, because these days you have to monitor the situation, as they say. You have to keep your screens bright, multiple screens, all at once, 24/7. That's the way it works. So a huge shout out to Dago, by the way, for putting in another 2. We do appreciate that. And with that, folks, a huge shout out to all 250,000 people, 250,000 that was here tonight, and we appreciate you all very much for joining us. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava, get some rest, and good night.